Ada solusi yang bisa kita lakukan untuk mengatasi permasalahan sampah kemasan di Indonesia. Packaging Recovery Organization atau PRO adalah salah satunya. 78% sampah plastik rumahan dibakar dekat dari rumah, 12% dibuang ke aliran air, dan 10% dibuang di tanah ataupun dikubur, yang akhirnya sampai ke laut. Adapun penerapan praktik ekonomi sirkular yang mampu mengurangi jumlah sampah plastik dan kemasan dengan menggunakan kembali maupun mendaur ulang sampah pasca konsumsi agar tetap memiliki nilai. BRACE hadir sebagai asosiasi yang dibentuk pada tahun 2010 dan berkomitmen untuk menemukan solusi pengelolaan sampah kemasan yang berkelanjutan. Packaging Recovery Organization atau PRO bisa menjadi jawaban sejumlah tantangan pada pengelolaan sampah dan optimalisasi praktek ekonomi sirkular Indonesia.
Bapak Ibu dari RT berapa atau dari RW atau dari LPMK atau
Selamat pagi Bapak Ibu sekalian, izinkan kami dari Virtual Event Organizer Bahasa Global untuk memberikan panduan singkat untuk bagaimana penggunaan fitur-fitur dalam Zoom kita, terutama fitur penerjemahan atau interpretation. Dalam slide berikutnya, ada beberapa hal yang kami minta Bapak Ibu untuk perhatikan, terutama untuk para panelis yang bergabung di pagi hari ini untuk dapat selalu memute audio bila tidak sedang berbicara. Dan harapan kami bila Bapak Ibu nanti sedang berbicara untuk dapat berbicara dari ruangan tanpa suara latar. Dan dalam rangka untuk memastikan penggunaan fitur interpretation atau penerjemahan dapat berjalan dengan baik, kami menyarankan Bapak Ibu sudah mengunduh dan menggunakan aplikasi Zoom versi terkini. Bila nanti mungkin ada masalah dalam penggunaan fitur interpretation, barangkali Zoom Bapak Ibu sekalian belum terupdate. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the fourth ISEF 2021. Allow me from virtual event organizer Bahasa Global to guide you briefly on how to use the Zoom features, especially the interpretation feature throughout this webinar. And for those of you who are speaking today, we would like to remind you to always mute yourself when you are not speaking. And when you are speaking, we would like to recommend you to please speak from the room without background noise. And in order for this interpretation feature to be available in your devices, please make sure that you are using the updated Zoom application. Berikutnya, dalam rangka untuk mendengarkan penerjemahan secara simultan dalam kegiatan pagi hari ini, bila Bapak Ibu menggunakan laptop ataupun komputer, di kanan bawah layar sudah ada icon bola dunia. Mohon diklik dan dapat dipilih bahasa yang ingin didengarkan. Bila pembicara berbicara dalam bahasa Inggris, Bapak Ibu yang ingin mendengarkan dalam bahasa Indonesia, mohon mengklik Indonesian. Dan kami juga menyarankan Bapak Ibu untuk tidak perlu memute original audio. Ladies and gentlemen, for those of you needing the simultaneous interpretation throughout this meeting, if this morning you are using laptop or computer, on the bottom right of your screen, there's a globe icon. Kindly click and select the language that you wish to listen. If the speakers are speaking in Bahasa Indonesia and you would like to listen to the simultaneous English interpretation, kindly click the English channel, and we would like to recommend you to not mute the original audio. Berikutnya, bila Bapak Ibu mengakses pertemuan ini dengan menggunakan handphone, maka penerjemahan juga tersedia. Di layar utama aplikasi Zoom di handphone Bapak Ibu ada 3 titik di kanan bawah. Mohon diklik dan dipilih language interpretation. Mohon dipilih bahasa yang ingin didengarkan. Terakhir, jangan lupa untuk klik done di kanan atas untuk mengaktifasi layanan. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, if you are accessing the meeting this morning using your mobile phone, the interpretation is also available on the mobile phone Zoom application. On the bottom right of the screen, there will be 3 dots. Kindly click and select language interpretation. Please select the language that you wish to listen, and last, please click done to activate the service. Terakhir, Bapak Ibu sekalian, guna memastikan kelancaran pertemuan hari ini, host dan co-host berhak melakukan mute audio atau bahkan men-stop video para panelis yang tidak sedang berbicara bila tanpa sengaja menyebabkan gangguan terhadap acara. Ini dilakukan untuk menjamin suara pembicara dan juru bahasa tetap jelas. Terima kasih atas kerjasama Bapak dan Ibu sekalian. Ladies and gentlemen, please note that to ensure the smooth running of today's meeting, the host and co-host reserve the right to force mute the audio or to turn off the videos of the panelists who are not speaking that may be unintentionally causing disruption to the meeting. This is to ensure that the audio of the speaker and the interpreter remains clear at all times. We thank you for your cooperation in this matter. Have a productive webinar. Kami kembalikan kepada MC Ibu Amelia Yahya.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Indonesia Circular Economy Forum, or ICEF, a platform that brings together all decision makers from governments, private sectors, as well as environmental issue enthusiasts. So everyone, to kick off our forum, let us all sing Indonesia's national anthem, Indonesia Raya. Hello, everyone. Once again, we'd like to welcome you to the Indonesia Circular Economy Forum. My name is Amelia Yahya. I'm a news anchor for CNN Indonesia, and I'm so very honored and very delighted to be given the opportunity to be a part of this beautiful day with every single one of you on this incredible and very important forum. So, ladies and gentlemen, today we're going to discuss holistic and inclusive solutions to together implement circular economy solutions, and for not just businesses, but also cities and communities in Indonesia. We strongly aim to raise awareness as well as identify opportunities to work on transitions of a circular economy here in Southeast Asia's largest economy, the world's largest island nation, and also the fourth most populous country in the world, wonderful Indonesia. So this great and very much anticipated webinar is streamed via YouTube channel Greeneration Foundation and is organized by Greeneration Foundation too. We're so very proud to say that the fourth ICEF is successfully held because of the endless support from our strategic partners. For the Ministry of National Development Planning of Indonesia and the EU-German co-finance project, Rethinking Plastic Circular Economy Solutions to Marine Litter. As well as IPRO praised the Embassy of Denmark and Indonesia, Ways for Change, IATL ITB, and Blue Economy Foundation, Most Valued Business Indonesia, Indonesia Global Compact Network, and PT Napindo. We thank you for your help and contribution. We're also supported by our project partners, namely the Ministry of Law and Human Rights of the Republic of Indonesia too, Frederick Newman Foundation for Freedom Indonesia, the Hungarian Embassy in Indonesia, Danone Indonesia, UMBRA Law Firm, Lensing, and UNDP Indonesia, as well as our partnering for Green Growth and the Global Goals 2030, Cyclus Refill, Eco XYZ Tem Venture Builder, ITB Alumni Association, Climate Institute, and Landscape Indonesia. And also Smart Indonesia Initiative Association and Indonesia NPAP. The fourth ICEF is also part of the 2021 World Circular Economy Forum series here of events. And lastly, we want to thank our media partners, Aksi Kita Indonesia by BBC Media Action, jabarnews.com, Kata Data, and greeners.co for supporting the fourth ICEF. Everyone, on behalf of our hosts, organizers, and sponsors, we'd like to sincerely extend our profound gratitude and thanks to everyone for your participation and for your attendance here today. Without your support, this forum would not be possible. And during our entire forum, our audience can activate the interpretation feature and click Bahasa for language translation purposes. And so without further ado, let us welcome our first keynote speaker. On behalf of the Minister of National Development Planning of Indonesia and Head of Bappenas, His Excellency Mr. Suharto Monoarfa, let us welcome Ibu Amalia Adininggar Widyasanti, a PhD among many others. She is a Deputy in Economics with the Ministry of National Development Planning, as well as the Chairwoman of the National Development Planning Agency. She received her bachelor's in engineering and her master's in science in the Institute of Technology in Bandung, and her master's in engineering in Rensselaer Polytechnic Institute in Troy in the US, and also a PhD in economics from the University of Melbourne, Australia. Let us all welcome Mrs. Amalia.
Ada solusi yang bisa kita lakukan untuk mengatasi permasalahan sampah kemasan di Indonesia. Packaging Recovery Organization atau PRO adalah salah satunya. 78% sampah plastik rumahan dibakar dekat dari rumah, 12% dibuang ke aliran air, dan 10% dibuang di tanah ataupun dikubur, yang akhirnya sampai ke laut. Adapun penerapan praktik ekonomi sirkular yang mampu mengurangi jumlah sampah plastik dan kemasan dengan menggunakan kembali maupun mendaur ulang sampah pasca konsumsi agar tetap memiliki nilai. BRACE hadir sebagai asosiasi yang dibentuk pada tahun 2010 dan berkomitmen untuk menemukan solusi pengelolaan sampah kemasan yang berkelanjutan. Packaging Recovery Organization atau PRO bisa menjadi jawaban sejumlah tantangan pada pengelolaan sampah dan optimalisasi praktik ekonomi sirkular Indonesia. Ada solusi yang bisa kita lakukan untuk mengatasi permasalahan sampah kemasan di Indonesia. Packaging Recovery Organization atau PRO adalah salah satunya. 78% sampah plastik rumahan dibakar dekat dari rumah, 12% dibuang ke aliran air, dan 10% dibuang di tanah ataupun dikubur, yang akhirnya sampai ke laut. Adapun penerapan praktik ekonomi sirkular yang mampu mengurangi jumlah sampah plastik dan kemasan dengan menggunakan kembali maupun mendaur ulang sampah pasca konsumsi agar tetap memiliki nilai. BRACE hadir sebagai asosiasi yang dibentuk pada tahun 2010 dan berkomitmen untuk menemukan solusi pengelolaan sampah kemasan yang berkelanjutan. Packaging Recovery Organization atau PRO bisa menjadi jawaban sejumlah tantangan pada pengelolaan sampah dan optimalisasi praktek ekonomi sirkular Indonesia.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, everyone, let us now welcome our first keynote speaker. On behalf of the Minister of National Development Planning of Indonesia and Head of Bappenas, His Excellency Mr. Suharto Monoarfa, let us all welcome Ibu Amalia Adininggar Widyasanti, a PhD among many others. So she is a Deputy in Economics with the Ministry of National Development Planning of Indonesia, as well as the chairwoman of the National Development Planning Agency. She received her bachelor's in engineering and her master's in science in the Institute of Technology, Bandung, and her master's in engineering in Rensselaer Polytechnic Institute in Troy in the US, and also her PhD in economics from the University of Melbourne, Australia. Let us welcome Ibu Amalia. Ibu Amalia, we apologize. You're still on mute. If you'd like to kindly unmute. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And good morning, everyone. Excellencies, EU Ambassador to Indonesia and Brunei Darussalam, Mr. Vincent Picat. Excellencies, UNDP Resident Representative, Mr. Norimasa Shimamura, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, and hopefully that all of us are now in good health. It is a great pleasure for me to join this forum with all of you during this difficult time. I hope that you and your family are in good health, and my prayers are also with those who have been impacted by the COVID-19 and the frontline workers who have made unimaginable sacrifices to keep us safe. Let me extend my gratitude to be a part of the 4th Indonesia Circular Economy Forum and congratulate the committee for organizing this important event. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Indonesia's vision of 2045 is to escape from the middle income trap and to become a high income economy by 2045. The year of 2045 is very important for Indonesia because it marks a 100th anniversary of our independence. To achieve the goal of 2045 vision, we aim to make sustainable economic development as an essential pillar of Indonesia's future development. However, the progress that we are now working on towards achieving this vision is potentially on hold as the COVID-19 pandemic causes major dents to our economy. For the first time since the 1997-1999 crisis, this is the first time for Indonesia to plunge into recession. 2.67 million Indonesians have lost their jobs, and more than 70,000 people have lost their lives due to the virus. The COVID-19 pandemic, like the previous pandemics, has brought significant changes to civilization of our global economy. And then these changes of civilization requires us to adapt. The trend in the post-COVID-19 world will force us to get used to modern technology, digitalization, and to adopt green recovery as a way to achieve a healthier and a more sustainable economy, both in the global economy or in our economy. At times like this, I believe that we should work together to tackle climate crisis and COVID-19 outbreak to avoid greater losses. Latest study shows that the global economic impacts from climate change by 2100 could reach about $600 trillion if we meet existing global greenhouse gas reduction commitments, and over $800 trillion if we don't do such effort. This would be roughly equivalent to 1.8 times as COVID-19 global economic contraction each year for the next 80 years. Bappenas estimates that without adequate intervention to tackle climate change, the GDP losses due to climate disasters in Indonesia could reach about 115 trillion rupiah in 2024. And this could be reduced to only 57 trillion rupiah if and only if we undertake drastic climate resilience measures. Thus, we can conclude that recent development have made the low carbon and circular economy approach is more important than ever to be implemented in Indonesia. Issues of natural resources degradation, along with increasing price volatility and supply chain risk, call for immediate actions from us. Furthermore, the advancement in new technologies, shifts in the labor market due to automation, increasing consumer awareness of environmental issues, and supportive regulatory and investment opportunities present an excellent potential for Indonesia to implement a circular economy. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, realizing the importance of circular economy, the Indonesian government has strengthened its commitment by incorporating circular economic concept through our Indonesia's Vision 2045, and we already mainstream the circular economic concept into the National Medium-Term Development Plan, or we call it RPJMN 2020 to 2024, as our top national priority. And then it is stated under the national priority of strengthening economic resilience for quality growth, and also it is included in the priority number 6 of Indonesian National Development Planning, Medium-Term Planning document. And the priority number 6 is called Building the Environment, Improving Disaster Resilience and Climate Change. The agenda on sustainable cities is also incorporated in our national priority number 2, which is called regional development to reduce gaps and ensure equity. The circular economy offers a very great potential for Indonesia. Bappenas study finds that circular economy can increase resilience and long-term economic benefits. The implementation of the circular economy in 5 priority sectors: food and beverages, textiles, wholesale and retail trade, with focus on plastic packaging, construction, and electronic, could increase GDP by 593 trillion rupiah to 642 trillion rupiah, and it can also reduce at the same time, reduce the CO2 equivalent emission by 126 million tons in 2030. We also estimate that the food loss and waste from 2000 until 2019 could generate economic loss by about 213 to 551 trillion rupiah. And this indicates that applying a circular approach in our economy can reduce the food loss and can reduce food waste, that also in parallel can generate economic benefits. Next, we need to integrate circular economy with the city concepts. The main goal is to transform how cities are planned, designed, and financed towards a circular cities which are thriving, livable, and resilient. And to do that, we need 5 policy levers. First, we need a clear vision to provide an overarching direction. Second, we need local government to engage with multiple stakeholders that have different interests and present different opportunities for circular economy. In addition, city governments have a strong influence over the management of city development, financial support, and fiscal measures. To support the government, legislation and regulation will also play an important role in shaping markets, influence people behavior, and removing barriers to development. In addition, adapting to a more digitalized world, the circular economy agenda is also consistent with a smart city development. The smart city concept essentially utilizes digital and ICT-based innovations to improve the efficiency of urban services, and the circular supply chain is also based on how to use resources efficiently. Even we can also regenerating the value of what would have been wasted in the linear supply chain, then we can put it back into the process or input of the process in our economy. So therefore, smart technologies that are produced and consumed through a circular supply chain will benefit the environment through many channels, but at the same time, it can also make the production more efficient. The smart and circular mobility system, for example, will allow for autonomous and better utilized vehicles, which leads to fewer cars, less congestion, and less pollution. Other examples are the smart and circular energy development and an environment which involves low carbon energy, renewable power sources, and buildings with smart technology that facilitates fully closed water, nutrition, material, and energy loops. Many cities in the world have implemented smart and circular city initiatives. They have achieved positive economic and environmental impacts that benefit to the people welfare and people lives. For example, Pack City in Hungary, with its renewable energy power plants utilizing biomass, has managed to fulfill 100% of the town's district heat demand and generated an extra overall income of 12.4 million euros for farmers in southwestern Hungary. Another example would be Phoenix City in Arizona, USA, which created a circular economy hub with a technology solutions business incubator for all initiatives to reduce waste and send to landfill. And by 2018, this technology incubator has raised 1.34 million US dollar in capital and generated 3.15 million in revenue, launched 10 products, and also filed 2 patents. A more policy-driven initiative comes from Melbourne in Australia with its 1,200 buildings program, which encourages building owners to transition their properties into smart and sustainable buildings. This initiative was executed through information provision, incentives, and government grants. As a result, over $17.2 million were invested in this project. And it also reduced 18,000 tons of greenhouse gas annually. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, finally, multi-stakeholder collaboration is the key success in achieving smart and sustainable cities through a circular approach. Every stakeholder will play a different important role, which includes public, government, industry, small medium enterprises, NGO, philanthropy, and academicians. With strong cooperation and collaboration, we can tackle all challenges and implement green economy transformations through circular economy. To conclude, we are aware that economic recovery without smart, circular, and low carbon initiatives could escalate human and economy risk in the long term. Therefore, it is a good momentum for all of us that we need to start to make a significant investment and a significant effort to speed up the transition towards a smart, circular, green, and low carbon economy. Start from now. At this very moment, and this is also a very great momentum for all of us, that I would like to invite all of you to take this opportunity together and to reshape our world and our economy to be a better place for our life and our future generations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ibu Amalia, for the excellent presentation and input on the importance of integration and the economic advantages as well, especially on the benefits of circular economy. Thank you very much, Ibu. And our next keynote speaker is the Minister of Environment and Forestry of the Republic of Indonesia, Her Excellency Ibu Siti Nurbaya Bakar. And Professor Dr. Winarni Dian Monoarfa will deliver her speech on behalf of the Minister. Please allow me to tell you a little bit about her. Professor Winarni Dian Monoarfa is an expert staff of the Minister for Relations between central and regional institutes in the Ministry of Environment and Forestry of Indonesia. She finished her studies in the University of Hasanuddin in the science program and finished her master's degree in the same university, majoring in farming and fisheries. Her doctorate degree is from the affiliation for Hasanuddin University and IPB Bogor in the fisheries concentration program. Professor, the floor is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Apologize from the Minister of Environment and Forestry, Ibu Dr. Siti Nurbaya, who cannot attend today's important forum because she has very important activity and requested me to represent her. Please allow me to convey the opening speech of Ibu Dr. Siti Nurbaya. Honorable Mr. Suharso Monoarfa, Minister of National Development Planning Bappenas, or the representative of Bappenas. Honorable Norimasa Simamura, UNDP Resident Representative. His Excellency Vincent Pickett, European Union Ambassador to Indonesia and Brunei Darussalam. Ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor for me to attend the opening of the 4th Indonesia Circular Economy Forum 2021 towards smart and sustainable cities through circular economy, building resilience during COVID-19. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Indonesia is a country with big population, over 270 million people, with waste generation or around 67.8 million tons per year. The government has issued a series of waste management policies and made various efforts to implement waste management by the circular economy concept. The latest policies that is closely related to this area, the establishment of joint degree or SKB of three ministers in the Indonesia policy concerning management of non-hazardous waste as industry, raw material. May 27, 2020, and Minister of Environment and Forestry Regulation number 14 year 2021 concerning waste management at waste banks. This waste management policies and regulation put forward a circular waste management system from upstream to downstream so that waste has added value and has economic value. Ladies and gentlemen, in supporting the implementation of a circular economy policies, upstream policies are focused on sorting and processing waste at the source, empowering waste bank, and implementation extended producer responsibility through a roadmap for waste reduction by producers. At the community level, KLHK continues to strive for the function of a waste bank as a means of education, change behavior, and circular economy. Waste banks are encouraged to be able to carry out their role as off-takers, namely to become a collection point for sorted waste from the community to be then taken to the recycling industry as raw materials. This is certainly one of the pillars of the circular economy in the waste management in Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, the need for plastic and paper recycling raw materials in Indonesia actually can be met domestically because the characteristic of Indonesian waste are 29% of the total national waste generation in the form of plastic and paper waste. But the use of plastic and paper waste as raw material has only reached around 50%, while another 50% is still not utilized. The data also shows that the recycling rate in Indonesia is only around 11 to 13. It is expected that in the next 10 years, the capacity of the plastic recycling industry will grow 3 times, while the paper recycling industry will grow 2 times. In order to increase the recycling rate, several strategies that have been and need to be continued include increasing the capacity for collecting plastic and paper, accelerating waste sorting at the source, optimizing the financing framework, as well as developing incentive policies and recycling standardization. In implementation, these policies and strategies, collaboration with various stakeholders and creating good partnership are needed. One form of collaboration is the growth of large-scale recycling in the industry. Recently, the recycling industry has been integrated in Pasurian Regency with a capacity of 25,000 tons per year. In Cikarang Bekasi Regency, 60,000 tons per year, as well as other major investment such as PT Indorama, which invests in the plastic recycling industry. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the restriction on community activities during the COVID-19 pandemic encouraged people to make online transactions. That this has an impact on increasing packaging waste, namely plastic and paper waste. This is certainly a concern for all parties, and it is necessary to immediately find alternative solution to reduce packaging waste. In addition, there has also been increasing of mass waste. In addressing this problem, the Ministry of Environment and Forestry has also issued policy through the Minister of Environment and Forestry circular letter concerning management of hazardous waste and waste from handling COVID-19. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, on this occasion, I would like to express my appreciation for the implementation of the 4th Indonesia Circular Economy Forum 2021, which is a forum for environmental activities from the government, private sector, academic, and community, and also the younger generation to support the economic order and a sustainable environment towards a circular environmental ecosystem. Finally, congratulations on participating in the series of activities, and hopefully the activities can take place successfully. Minister of Environment and Forestry, Dr. Insinyur Siti Nurbaya. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. Thank you so much, Ibu, for the speech and presentation. And our next speaker is Mr. Norimasa Shimomura. He's the UNDP resident representative in Indonesia since October 2020. So he has more than 25 great years of experience at the United Nations, promoting sustainable human development in many countries. Prior to his current assignments, he served as the United Nations Resident Coordinator for Kazakhstan in 2015 until 2020, and the UNDP Resident Representatives for Kazakhstan until December 2018. Earlier, he spearheaded development initiatives as the UNDP Resident Representatives AR in Montenegro, UNDP Country Director in Tajikistan and Albania, UNDP Deputy Resident Representative in the current Republic of North Macedonia, and acting UNDP Deputy Resident Representative in Georgia. He holds the Masters of International Affairs from Columbia University in the city of New York and a BA from Sophia University in Tokyo, Japan. Let us all welcome Mr. Norimasa Shimamura.
Honorable Ministers, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I'd like to express my sincere condolences to those who lost their loved ones from the current pandemic. I'd also like to thank the government, health workers, and other essential logistics personnel who are putting their lives at risk to respond to this challenge. I do wish to call on everyone to stay safe and vigilant and to behave responsibly. This is the moment we need strongest solidarity. A long-lasting solution to the challenges at hand requires a fundamental shift in the way we live to balance our immediate needs and planetary health. Because of this foresight, we are here today, despite the pandemic, at the 4th Indonesia Circular Economy Forum. This forum is a testament to the great strides that Indonesia has taken as it gears towards a more sustainable model of development. Ladies and gentlemen, the COVID-19 pandemic has reversed some of the SDG gains here in Indonesia and around the world. Our agenda on circular economy has also experienced a setback. Globally, circular economy's contribution towards reducing emissions has shrunk to 8.6% from 9.1%. This setback could jeopardize our hard work in reducing greenhouse gas emissions and other environmental goals set by the Paris Agreement. There's a lot at stake. If we don't act now, approximately 250 million more people could fall into extreme poverty by 2030, according to UNDP's global analysis. Nonetheless, we should focus on the opportunities rather than being held back by the risks. UNDP's global analysis also suggested that if we shifted our consumption to a more zero-waste sustainable development model, we can lift 150 million people across the world out of extreme poverty by 2030. Fortunately, the circular economy model allows us to reduce material consumption, waste, and emissions while sustaining growth and creating jobs. This way, the model is conducive to addressing the challenges of the climate crisis as well as cater to the urgent need to improve the well-being of people, most importantly, women, elderly, children, persons with disabilities, all of whom play a vital role in our communities. Addressing climate emergency has become the critical determinant of success as we entered the decade of action to fast-track the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. Earlier this year, UNDP published a study on circular economy here in Indonesia, which came out with encouraging numbers and statistics that should inspire us more to transition to a model of circular economy. Indonesia's economy, for example, could potentially grow an additional $42 to $45 billion by 2030 if we adopted circular economy model in the 5 key sectors that we looked into. These 5 sectors are food and beverages, textiles, wholesale and retail trade with a focus on plastic packaging, construction, and electronics. Approximately 4.4 million new jobs could be created from these 5 sectors, and much of these new jobs will arise in areas that have historically been dominated by women, such as education, healthcare, and social work. Therefore, the expansion of circular economy provides an enormous opportunity for us to bolster gender equality at work and beyond. And this includes improving labor conditions for women who are disproportionately exposed to harmful products and chemicals in the current model of linear economy. All of this in addition to reduction in greenhouse gas emissions, water usage, and generation of waste. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been long overdue to translate our commitment into concrete plans and actions. Transition to a circular economy is a long process, a process that requires bold commitment and creative participation from all stakeholders, including the government, private sector, civil society, academia, and mass media. I hope all stakeholders can ramp up our collaborative action, especially during this annual platform, to create a greener, inclusive, and truly prosperous Indonesia. This is for the benefit of millions of families across Indonesia. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Norimasa. And our next keynote speaker is Mr. Vincent Pickett. Mr. Pickett assumed his duties as the head of office of the European Union to Indonesia and Brunei Darussalam since September 2019. He has been with the EU since 1992. Including more than 10 great years in posts on Central and Eastern Europe and 7 years in key positions in Asia. Before taking up his current post, Mr. Pickett served as the EU ambassador to Malaysia from 2008 until 2012. And prior to that, he was the head of the unit for regional cooperation programs for Asia and Central Asia at the European Commission from 2005 to 2008. He served as deputy head of delegation of the European Commission to Russia between 2001 and 2005. He was also the counselor at the delegation of the European Commission to Slovenia from 1998 to 2001. Previously, he was the acting head of unit for Bulgaria and Romania at the Directorate General for External Relations in Brussels. Born in beautiful Netherlands, Mr. Pickett holds a doctorate and master's of arts from the University of Nijmegen in the Netherlands. Mr. Vincent Pickett, the time is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, more than half of the world's population currently lives in cities, and this will increase to 2/3 by the year 2050. The population of the Jakarta metropolitan area is 31 million, making it the most populous urban area in the world after Tokyo. It's a massive urban area with more people than all but 5 EU member states. These dry numbers turn into annoyance sometimes or frustration when the streets of the city are flooded with cars or when the air is too polluted to breathe. Clearly, something has to be done, and I applaud wholeheartedly the initiative of the Greeneration Foundation dedicating the 4th Indonesia Circular Economy Platform to circular cities. The issue exists in Indonesia, but also in Europe. Fortunately, in Europe, we have a number of shining examples leading the way. Cities like Berlin, Tallinn in Estonia, Torino in Italy, Burgas in Bulgaria show how circular urban planning can make life healthier and safer. 50 European cities, both in the EU and in surrounding countries, such as Paris, Budapest, Prague, Copenhagen, Rotterdam, and Porto, have signed the Circular Cities Declaration, which is a commitment to transition from a linear to a circular economy. At the EU level, the launch of the European Green Deal put the concept of the circular economy at the center of our efforts. It is a drive to transform the European Union into a fair and prosperous society with economic growth decoupled from resource use and from environmental harm. We will also make the European continent carbon neutral by the year 2050. Just a few days ago, the EU Commission presented no fewer than 13 proposals to make that a reality. It will be challenging, but we are determined to make very concrete our commitment to the Paris Accord for 2030, as well as our carbon neutrality goal beyond. In the light of the socio-economic impact of the current pandemic, the road to recovery is an opportunity to rethink the way we do things, to build back in a manner that ensures a more resilient future. The circular economy requires an integrated and systemic transition from the linear take, make, dispose model to the circular closed loop system, especially in key value chains such as electronics and ICT, batteries, vehicles, packaging, plastics, textiles, construction and buildings, and food. This is of evident importance. The Circular Cities and Regions Initiative of the EU Circular Economy Action Plan supports the implementation of local and regional circular economy solutions. Under the initiative, a growing number of European cities and regions have drawn up action plans and are testing and improving circularity in their economic sectors, their value chains, and their services. Several research and innovation projects are helping to improve circularity in local systems and economies. In Indonesia, through the Rethinking Plastic project, in collaboration with the Indonesian Circular Economic Forum, we work closely with all stakeholders on reducing plastic waste, on supporting a circular economy for plastics, and on preventing plastic waste from ending in the ocean. In conclusion, the European Union wishes to be Indonesia's partner for a dynamic, green and circular agenda. Let us work together today, tomorrow, and for the months and years to come on making the case for the circular economy in cities and elsewhere until that case becomes self-evident for everybody. And that is for the benefit of the climate, for the benefit of our one and only Earth, and for the benefit of our citizens. Terima kasih banyak.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vincent Pickett, for your speech. Of course, we would also like to thank you for emphasizing the importance to harmonize the relationship between Indonesia and the European Union. And everyone, let us now start our first plenary session on the ICEF 2021 on circular economy action plans. And our first session presents the thoughts and views of leading executives and experts, those who are more knowledgeable regarding the subject. This session will highlight action plans from the governments, industry or private sectors, the people, and to discuss how to harmonize all actions. So it is my distinct pleasure to introduce to you our moderator, Tamrin School of Climate Change and Sustainability's Mr. Jalla. Mr. Jalla is a sustainability provocateur with education background in agricultural, socioeconomics, sociology, and business sustainability. He is also a writer with more than 400 of his writings having been published as mass media media opinion articles, as well as seminar papers at home and abroad. More than 20 books and chapter contributions have also been published with his name as author or co-author. He is now preparing theatrical and case book on social enterprise in Indonesia for publications in late 2021. Pak Jalal, the floor is yours. Oh, Pak Jalal, we apologize. You're still on mute.
Okay. Can you hear my voice now?
Yep. Yes, very clear.
Thank you, Amelia Yahya, for introducing me. And Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the plenary session 1, Circular Economy Action Plan, on the first day of the 4th Indonesian Circular Economy Forum 2021. This event is organized by Green Ration Foundation. And my name is Jalal, that's short, really, and I will be moderating this session. We know that to achieve a circular economy that can support smart and sustainable cities requires the collaboration of multiple actors. The government, private sectors, civil societies, and all the stakeholders should talk together as well as work together to enable, manifest, and enhance a circular economy in Indonesia. The objective of this session, as I received from the Green Ration Foundation, is to highlight action plans from the government, industry, or private sector, as well as the people, and to discuss how to harmonize, strengthen, and synergize all actions among them. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we will be exploring this session by looking at the perspectives from the government sector and business association. Now, let me introduce 4 excellent panelists who will be joining us in today's session. The first one would be Dr. Medril Zam. He is currently the Director of Environmental Affairs in Ministry of National Development Planning, or Bapnas. The next one, the second one would be Mrs. Indah Budiani, the Executive Director of IBCSD, the Indonesia Business Council for Sustainable Development. And then also we have Mr. Yunardi, or Pak Yun, from Indonesian Global Compact Network. And last but not least, we have also Dr. Magnus Bengtsson, from a sustainability advisor from the European Union. Before we start the session, I would like to remind participants that we have an interpretation menu at the bottom of your screen. And we are also going to have a Q&A session at the end of this session, or every session. So please feel free to ask in the Q&A box, mention your name, institution, as well as who you are asking to. I would like to invite our first panelist for the next 15 minutes presentation, Dr. Medril Zam, or Pak Medril. Pak Medril has been serving Bappenas since 1993 and had been appointed in various structural and functional positions within the ministry. As Bappenas representative, Dr. Medril Zam had chaired the Indonesian delegation in financial climate change negotiations under UNFCCC from 2005 to 2008, and actively involved in several international loan and grant negotiations between Indonesia and several bilateral countries and multilateral agencies. So, Dr. Medril Zam, the time is yours.
Well, thank you very much, Pak Jalal, for the opportunity here. This is the third time for me to present in ISEF. Well, Her Excellency, Deputy for Economic Affairs, Ms. Amalia Adininggar from Bappenas, Her Excellency, Expert Staff of Minister of Environment and Forestry, Ibu Professor Winardi Monoarfa, and also His Excellency, EU Ambassadors to Indonesia and Brunei Darussalam, Mr. Vincent Piquet, and also His Excellency UNDP Resident Representative here in Indonesia, Mr. Torimasa Simamura. Honorable panelists, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Greetings from Jakarta. And first of all, it is a great pleasure again to be back here in ISEF and to join all of you here during these challenging times in Indonesia. My prayers are with those impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic and also those frontline workers who are making unimaginable sacrifice to keep us all safe here now. Let me begin my slides here, please, next, by expressing that circular approach is also actually right now considered to be increasingly relevant among with development of various phenomena around us. The current unsustainable development systems has already put intense pressures now on our natural carrying capacity, which results, we know that in the depletions of our natural resources and also degradations of our environmental carrying capacity. And furthermore, the impacts of climate crisis due to our business as usual approach, and this continues and collide as well right now with COVID-19 crisis. And we believe that the multiplier effect could cause and also could and will occur and provide a negative impact on the economic targets in our society. It will also create some risk in achieving our SDG and our Paris Agreement target as well. This dilemma comes as a thought probably, to rethink about sustainable pathways for our planet, as our reliance on globalizations and economic growth as the drivers of our sustainable is no longer realistic. Therefore, we believe that the adoptions of circular economy has been touted to be a viable solutions. We need to remember that circular economy is not just about waste management. It's beyond waste management. And this also includes the entire process of productions, distributions, and consumptions from upstream to the downstreams of the supply chains. A circular economy embraces a broad set of interventions across economic sectors and activities focused on, I think everybody knows about 5 R's now: reduce, reuse, recycle, refurbish, and also renew. We found, based on our studies, we found that informal sectors right now could also play a substantial role in increasing our economic value through this circular economic process. Next, please. And yes, realizing those challenges and the importance of the circular economy, the government has strengthened its commitment by incorporating circular economy as part of our low carbon development initiative, or usually we call it LCDI. LCDI has been mandated in our RPGMN 2020-2024 as one of the priority programs. And we know that Low Carbon Development Initiative, LCDI, actually has been part of our priority number 6, building environment, increasing disaster resilience, and also and climate change. And the low carbon development has 5 priority activities, and of which 3 are closely related to circular economy principles, such as waste management, sustainable energy development, and also green industry development. And as a vehicle to achieve LCDI and SDGs, circular economy, we believe, circular economy implementations can give certain benefits, such as reducing generations of waste, and reducing CO2 emissions, and also increasing GDP and generating green jobs as well. Next slide, please. And as the critical takeaway from the first phase of the roadmap that Bappenas actually has already prepared for our circular economy for the next 5 years. Basically, Bappenas, in cooperation with UNDP and also supported by Kingdom of Denmark, has launched the economic, social, and environmental benefits of circular economy in Indonesia. Based on our study, the implementations of circular economy in 5 priority sectors, food and beverage, textile, constructions, electronic, wholesale, and retail, plastic packaging here, actually can encourage the increase of resilience and long-term economic, environmental, and social benefits of the implementation of the circular economy as well. And by analyzing economic potential, circularity potentials, and the level of stakeholder support, we found that this priority sector could generate additional GDP about 593 trillion rupiah to 642 trillion rupiah, and also could provide the reductions of CO2 emissions by 126 million tons CO2 equivalents, save water used by 6.3 billion cubic meters in 2030, and create also 4.4 million net jobs and create annual saving of almost 9% of household budgets. So there are a lot of benefits that we can obtain from this circular economy implementations. And regarding the waste generations, applying a circular economy to these 5 sectors can also significantly impact Indonesia. If the BAU is continued, the business as usual approach is continued, and the waste generated will experience a significant increase due to consumptions and our production patterns. An increased consumptions rate triggers the increase in waste and the increased populations who move to cities and the development process, and which continues to grow. Nevertheless, we are optimistic that the implementations of circular economy can be a solution to help us reducing the generated waste. The implementations of circular economy can also help reduce waste generations by about 15 to 52% compared to business as usual in 2030, and which are in line as well with our national commitment to reduce household waste and similar household waste by 30% through reductions and 70% through handling in 2025, and also reducing plastic waste in the oceans by 70% in 2025. We have launched the study related to food loss and waste as one of priority sectors in our circular economy roadmap. This is in food and beverage sectors. And from the study, we identified that from 2000 and 2019, there are about 115 and to 184 kilogram per capita annually of food loss and waste in Indonesia. Probably these figures also revise the estimate from several studies abroad. And this is the study actually based on our surveys and thorough review of our food loss and waste existing in Indonesia from 2000 and 2019. And from the study, we found that we could also, our food loss and waste also produce about 1.7 thousand megatons CO2 equivalents, and a loss about 213 to 551 trillion rupiah per year, or equivalent to about 4% to 5% of our Indonesian GDP. And the number of people that can be fed from the loss of nutrition from food loss and waste in the past 20 years could reach about 61 to 125 million people. And in the business as usual scenario, it is estimated that food loss and waste generations in Indonesia may reach about 334 kilograms per capita annually in 2045. With 5 policy directions of food loss waste management in Indonesia, such as behavioral change, improving food support systems, strengthening regulations and optimizing funding, utilizing food loss and waste, and more development of food loss and waste study. It is estimated that the food loss and waste generations can be reduced at only about 166 kilogram per capita per year in 2045. We hope these findings will help everyone design a comprehensive circular economy approach within the food and beverage sectors. Besides those above-mentioned studies, there are several existing circular economy-related initiatives in Indonesia. We believe that there are various existing related circular economic in line ministries, and as you can see on the slides, there are several activities done right now in Ministry of Industries by providing Green Industries Award and Standard. In our colleague in KLHK, we have proper green products, green label, EPR, waste bank, and also in other line ministries, including in our LKPP institutions such as Sustainable Public Procurement and Policy. So, and we really expect that more initiatives be conducted in our line ministries, and these initiatives can also be transferred as well to our regional governments. Next, please. And to expedite the transitions toward a circular economy, we have agreed with some steps required to develop a circular economy roadmap for Indonesia. Actually, the first step is to analyze our Indonesia potential for a circular economy, and this has already been conducted last year. And the second phase, actually this year, we together with the line ministries, we are developing national circular economic actions, multi-year roadmap with sector-specific strategies, and right now it is currently under discussions. And as you can see that we still have another 3 years, and we really expect that in the next RPJMN we can fully implement it, the circular economy in the full gear mode. Next, please. The time limits here. Okay, and well, to formulate well-defined actions and integrated them into our next RPJMN this year, we are accelerating through these several actions, as you can see here on the slide. First, we will continue conducting studies and assessment, especially at resource efficiency, to support evidence-based policy and complement 2 reports that launched this year. First, as we have started food loss and waste study, we will continue to assess the potential of resource efficiency in the value chains of food and beverage sectors and assess its social economy and environmental benefits as well. Second, we will conduct a capacity, and I think as you can see on the slide, there will be several reports that will be produced by conducting several studies in this 2021. And we will conduct capacity building and training, and of course together with more public awareness. And last but not least, we would like to inform you that we also right now established a circular economy secretariat under the LCDI secretariat. This secretariat will be our opportunity to initiate the development of National Circular Economy Action Plan, conduct the study of resource efficiency, capacity building, and strengthen the communications among related stakeholders. Yeah. Next, please. Yes, I think, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I believe there are examples that we can refer to in outside. We have tried to see what sort of forms of patterns that circular economy action plan in other countries. Here we try to identify and inventorize what sort of sectors, what sort of plans that have been put on the action plans by multilaterals and also by several countries in the world. And I think we can mimic the way they create this circular economy and action plans. Next, please. And as a conclusions, I believe conditions to achieve a greener circular economy and action plans, there are several measures that we have to conduct. including to ensure a strong data and also better to improve our understanding and also provide more enabling conditions related to the investment and job creations, and also provide more innovations to mobilize finance and technology, and of course, improve our strong partnerships between stakeholders. And I believe the fourth ISEF 2021 is the initial step of a long journey of our circular economy in Indonesia. We still have a lot of homework to do together. As said by our Deputy Economy, the government certainly cannot work alone. We need collaborations with all stakeholders to implement the circular economy optimally. Let's use this event as an opportunity to share our different perspectives on this issue and as a discussion platform to reach a common understanding of the urgency and required steps to implement circular economy as soon as possible. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much, Pak Medril. I really learned a lot from this presentation. I really like your points from the key takeaways from the phase 1, as well as on the needs for better understanding and knowledge regarding circular economy among all related stakeholders, strong data management for a better evidence-based policy. That's a very important point, I think. Innovation in mobilization of finance and technology, as well as synergy between investment and job creation with green development. Next, we will move to Mrs. Indah Budiani. Indah joined IBCSD in 2013, and since 2019, she has been leading the organization with 44 member companies from 17 sectors. Having more than 16 years of working experience with NGOs, government, and private sector on environmental and climate change issues, now she focuses on promoting sustainable business that covers environmental, social, as well as economic aspects. She is a graduate from Faculty of Law in Pajajaran University, Indonesia, and Sustainable Resource Management program at Technical University at Munich, Germany. And currently, she's pursuing her PhD at University of Indonesia on social welfare. The next 15 minutes is yours, Indah Budiani.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Can you hear my voice?
Yep.
My internet connection is not so stable today, but I hope this session will be fine. So nice to meet you here, Mas Jalal, Mr. Moderator. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Good morning, Her Excellency Bu Amalia Diningar Widyasantri from Bappenas, and also Ibu Minarnidin Wanuarfa from KLHK, and His Excellency Mr. Ambassador, Mr. Vincent Piket, and Mr. Norimara Simomura from UNDP, and also Bapak Medridozam from Bappenas, Pak Junardi from IGCN, and also Mr. Magnus Langston, Sustainable Advisor of European Union. Morning, ladies and gentlemen. So on this opportunity, I would like to give an overview on how the business implements circular economy. Next. To start, I would like to highlight the result from previous ISEF event. So this I took from the result of last ISEF event, summarizing that business or industry should play a role in promoting industrial collaboration and innovation. So these two I would like you to remember, because this is the thing that I want to highlight to the end of the slide. And then business also expected to adopt and apply circular economy practices, increasing playing field for industries, and adjustable incentive mechanism, and inspire other brand owners. So it is, of course, an ideal world on how industry can play a role. So on the next slide, I would like to talk about the challenges we have as the business and what we have done so far. So there are some ways for companies to adopt circularity within their business process. If we look at the picture from Ellen MacArthur Foundation, we can divide those on 3 levels. On the very top level, the first level is for the material, where the company can preserve and enhance natural capital by controlling unit stock and balancing renewable resources flows. And on the second level, in the middle, you can see that in the business operation, the company can optimize resources yields by circulating products, components, and materials in use at the highest utility at all times, both technical and biological. So you can see on the right-hand side, it's technical, and the left-hand side, it's more biological cycle. On the bottom, the third level is the resources that cannot be regenerated or recycled. Company can foster system effectiveness by revealing and designing out negative externalities, an example, leakage, or promote resource efficiency. And then WBCSD with Accenture identified 5 business models that covered the use of material, the first level, and business operation or business model, the second level, yeah. And also 3 technologies for business in implementing circular economy, as you can see on the picture, which is digital, physical, and biological. Next. So referring to the previous slide, here we can see the detail of digital, physical, and biological technology, where on digital technology such as Internet of Things, big data, and blockchain, it helps companies to track resources and monitor utilization and waste capacity. While physical technologies can help companies to reduce production and material costs and also reduce environmental impact. While on biological technology, it helps companies move away from fossil-based energy sources. So these technology and business model that are mentioned only contribute to 2 things, yeah, in the companies can do implementing circular economy, which is operation, as you can see on the green box, yeah, which addressing the value lost through operation and byproduct of business process with respect to energy, emission, water, and waste, and also in enhancing product and services in the bottom box, by rethinking the design, life cycle, and use of a product or service to optimize its usage, eliminate waste, and also close product loops. So other thing that companies should do besides these 2 things is collaborating and partnering with public and private sector actors to create an enabling environment for collective transformation or to create the ecosystem. What Medruzam previously mentioned about working together, so this is in this box. And also redefine working practice, policy, and procedure, which is part of organization and culture. Next. So I would like to take a presentation from Bapenas. I think it was last year, yeah, from the very left-hand side, because it's too small. I would like to read the chart, yeah. The first one, the very left-hand side, is the institutional capacity, and then access to finance, access to technology, cooperation between different sector or actor, infrastructure, skills, resistance from incumbent industry, and other. So if we back to the expectation to industry, if you remember the first slide, yeah, when we talk about collaboration, so this is actually also the challenge. So business is also expected to innovate, but if you look at this graph, lack of access to technology is also the barrier for the innovation and the other way around. And you can see the most exciting sector is on waste, industrial and agricultural, followed by manufacturing, plastic, and food and drinks. While the other image from waste for change, this is also from the previous ISEF, it reveals the main challenges are commitment, the private sector, implementation, and fund. This is based on the survey, with the proposed solution are education, collaboration, which is the challenge, and regulation or laws. Yeah, so on the next slide is another challenge identified by Deloitte. If you see green font, green color font means the most pressing barrier, and brown one is the least pressing barrier, while the black is in the middle, the intermediate pressing barrier. So you see here, culture. If you still remember the previous slide about the culture and organization, yeah, with the 2 green box. So this is still a challenge for business, yeah. The culture also still a challenge for business. And on market, this can also relate to access to finance that was identified earlier. High upfront investment costs noted that market readiness of many circular products has not been realized yet. And low virgin material prices means that these low prices would result in circular companies producing products more expensive than those by traditional players. So on technology, this also has been identified on the previous slide, yeah, and also regulatory. So how supportive the regulation that we have. On the next slide, here we can see the stakeholder perspective on the barriers, yeah, the stakeholder who answered the questionnaire. So we can see that all stakeholders, including the business and government, agree that lack of consumer interest and awareness is the barrier whereas consumer is the main driver for business. So if we only push the business to implement circular economy, but the consumer not aware about that, this is of course a problem if we expect business to change. So on the next slide, in the midst of challenges, there is also, of course, opportunity and business case of what benefit the business can get from implementing circular economy. If Pak Medrulzam previously explained about the opportunity for Indonesia as a nation, this is the business case for the private sector. So first, to retain the value of the circulating resources, products, parts, and materials by creating a system with innovative business models. So in terms of price, especially on resource scarcity and fluctuating commodity prices, this could be the new normal. So the risk of inaction of the private sector or the companies are high. And also by employing the circular economy principle, the company can collaborate to design out ways, increase resource productivity, and maintain resources use within planetary boundaries. So in terms of opportunity, especially on policy readiness, moving toward the circular economy can help companies get ahead of upcoming policy, regulation, pricing of externalities, and potential shift in taxation models. And as the benefit for business and for society, in terms of job creation, for example, the circular economy principle can create up to 500,000 additional jobs in France. Yeah? And in terms of reduced energy consumption, circular economy solution could cover 37% reduction in energy consumption in the EU. And in terms of reduced greenhouse gas emission in India, implementing circular solution present the opportunity to reduce emission by about 40%. And in terms of increased resource security, sustainably manage forests, ensure long-term availability of renewable resources. And applying circular economy principle to water management can contribute to greatly reducing water stress in key region. And lastly, in terms of innovation driver, the potential revenue of selected circular economy business model for automotive company, for example, could more than double by 2030, growing by 400 to 600 billion US dollar. So on the next slide, we can see who has implemented circular economy in IBCSD, because we are membership organization based platform. We have 44 companies. So we can see that 85% have been implemented circular economy and about 50% not yet implementing the circular economy. And on the right-hand side, if you want to know in which sector, we can see the orange color show the number of companies. So if you look 600%, it means there are 6 companies that are implementing circular economy. And the blue color show the percentage of companies that have been implemented circular economy in the sector. So if the number of companies in the sector is only 1 and it has implementing circular economy, it is possible to have 100% implemented. I hope this not confusing you. So it is interesting to see that in forestry, all company has adopted circular economy as well as mining and metals, food and beverage, and also banking sectors. In utilities and power, even though it's not 100%, but almost all companies as well as non-consumer goods are already implementing circular economy. While in agriculture, compared to other sectors, the implementation of circular economy still needs to be promoted, but it is starting. So on the next slide, this shows companies of IBCSD member approach in adopting circular economy. We can see that how each sector implementing circular economy. What we can see is most of them implement circular economy on the operation. So if you still remember the box, the 4 box here with the 2 green box on the second slide, if I'm not mistaken. And only few in their product and services. Here in forestry, agribusiness, and chemical. So maybe because in enhancing product and services, companies needs to innovate, and to innovate, company needs a commitment and access to finance and also access to technology, which are the challenges that we have talked about. And only few that show collaboration. So this truly reflect the challenge we have in collaboration. So this is my last slide. Next. This is the detail about the initiative from IBCSD member. So you can see here some example of our member, like cement industry. Solusi Bangun Indonesia is cement industry. They do waste to energy and also recycling material. And on agriculture, we have Great Giant Fruit, part of Great Giant Pineapple. They do closed loop of resource management. And then I think this is not the final slide. So on the agriculture, actually, they use waste, bio-waste to energy and also to use them as fertilizer, and also closed loop of water management. And for Apple, they produce zero waste pallets made from 100% waste plastic using advanced technology. So I stop here. Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much, my friend Indah Budiani. I cannot agree more on your points related to challenges and opportunities. That business needs to retain the value of the circulating resources, products, parts, and materials. And you emphasize that by applying circular economy principles, companies can collaborate to design out waste, increase resource productivity, and maintain resource use within the planetary boundaries. Our next panelist for the next 15 minutes is Mr. Gunardi or Pak Yun. Pak Yun is the president of Indonesia Global Compact Network, local network of the United Nations Global Compact in Indonesia. He's also a member of the expert team of the United Nations Global Compact after completing his term as a board member in 2018. He's currently the commissioner of PT Raja Wali Corpora, an Indonesian national holding investment company operating in diverse industries, including hotel and property, transportation, agriculture, mining, and IT services. So Pak Yun, the time is yours, Pak.
Terima kasih. Thank you very much, Pak Jalal. Is my voice is okay?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Distinguished guests, excellencies, distinguished guests, and ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's my honor to be here, to be part of this ISEF, the fourth ISEF. We are in the Indonesia Global Compact Network. It's been part of this, supporting this ISEF along the way. So this is the fourth one that we have been working together. And I wish that this will be a successful meeting because the circular economy is one very important for us in Indonesia. Okay, let me start with, yes, next chart, please. Let me, let me start just a bit of a very short introductions about this United Nations Global Compact, which I think very related so much with what we are talking about. And basically it is started with the speech, a spectacular speech of the late Kofi Annan in 2020, saying that let's keep in the World Economic Forum in 1999, which is basically saying that I propose that you, the business leaders, and we, the United Nations, initiate a global compact of shared value and principles. So this one is that becoming the fundamental original plan of this development of United Nations Global Compact in the year 2000. Okay, next. Now, so the Global Compact was established in the year of 2000 and basically adopting the mainstreaming the principles for all members of the Global Compact, which is called the 10 Principles of United Nations Global Compact, covering the human rights, labor, environment, and anti-corruption. So this become the, if we would like to do the responsible business, then we have to do implement all of these 10 principles. And now with these sustainable development goals, it is also encouragement for everybody to also consider all the sustainable development by contributing to the system, to the development of the sustainable development goals. Next. Now, however, where are we now after the launch of the Sustainable Development Goals in 2015? Now having this more than 5 years, we are not on track to meet the Sustainable Development Goals. This is a statement by the Superior General Superior General Guterres recently, which is basically there is issue with the gender equality, 257 years to close the economic gender gap. 8 billion tons of plastic enters the oceans. Almost 1 in 10 children subject to child labor. Global warming predicted to reach over 3 degrees Celsius by 2010 if we do not manage this. And also in terms of social progress index estimates, we are 62 years behind the schedule. So there are areas over there, certainly when we are talking about the plastics over there, when we are talking about the global warming, certainly relates so much with the implementation of the circular economy. Next. And however, this COVID-19 has magnified these challenges. And this is globally, there are 500 million full-time job lost. And also we all know that we have a lot of millions of job loss in Indonesia as well. 4% GDP affecting developing countries, especially many countries are facing all this negative growth, domestic violence, pandemic diverting resources from climate responses, 70 million of people pushed back into the extreme poverty. And however, based on the recent survey, as we have done with globally with the UN Global Compact companies members, they said that the COVID has increased the importance of the corporate responsibility. So it is a kind of wake-up call for everybody that with this pandemic, business as well as many others should really rethink all of these things what we are doing into the new normal. 88% of companies now taking actions in the SDGs, and 79% saying that the COVID-19 highlighted the need to transition to a more sustainable business model. Next. Now, here in Indonesia, the Indonesia Global Compact Network also has some priority focus that actually we have been starting with this focus since 2019 and continue until today. I don't want to go through the details of this, but you will see that there are 5 thematic focus that we are now taking, working together in Indonesia together with all members. One is a business for peace, which related to human rights, children, civil rights, and disabilities. And it covers SDG 1, 5, 10, 16. It covers the 10 principles, human rights, 1, 2, labor, 4, 5, with platforms and working groups. And then the second is a woman empowerment for better jobs. And the third one relates to all of this. What we are talking about today is a better living environment, clean water and sanitation, climate, circular economy, sustainable fashion, sustainable oceans, which cover various SDG over there. And then business ethics and governance become very important one. And another last but not least is the education and training transformations. Next. Now, then it has been covered before by Pak Medril Sam, as also by Ibu Indah, but let me just using this in terms of simple terms. Currently, most of the production and consumption is one way, or using the popular term linear economy, linear model, or river economy. Basically, what is said basically is a good manufactured, sold, used, and discarded as a waste. And generally, the production is responsible for the good up to the production gate only. It is out of the marketplace and being consumed or used by the consumer. Then waste produced, and it is somebody else to take care of the waste. So that's what we have been doing, what happened with the linear economy. So with the growing resources consumption and the negative impacts of the environment due to the waste and pollution, we are now facing the unsustainable business practices. The waste created the air and water pollution, bad living environment, impact the human health, killing biodiversity and others. It has been covered also by Pak Medril. So the fundamental need for the new and sustainable business model of growth has led to the emerging concept, circular economy. So these are defined here as an economic system where we re-establish a positive interaction with the environment, with the goal to use more efficiently our resources, while at the same time reducing the negative impact on the environment. And it has been said there, based on a study, that the global economy is only 8.6% circular, which means that over 90% of the resources that enter the economy, which is basically now 100 billion tons per year, are wasted. Next. Now, let me also now talk about the waste in the different perspective. Right? There is a saying that waste does not exist in the nature. Waste is food. Okay, as you may see also that there is no waste in the forest because waste in the forest is recycled. So we are not talking about, and therefore it is called that waste does not exist in the nature. Okay, this leads also to the different paradigm about the waste. Waste is business. This is what we are talking about today again, the circular economy. A huge economic benefit, potential opportunity of 630 billion per year for EU manufacturing, for example. So then waste is also now talking about the recycle, reduce, which is basically working the right things, and also the economic effectiveness to rethink, reuse, recover, or upcycle, which is basically working on the right things. And this relates to various SDGs. So if we are talking about how we are going to achieve the SDG, then certainly talking about circular economy is one of the components for us in order to do that. You know, over there, talking about SDGs 3, 6, 8, 9, 12, 13, and 14. Okay. Next chart. Okay, now, since we are talking about the circular economy, then we are talking about, according to this topic, it's about city. So I'm now trying to define the circular cities. Basically, is to accelerate the scale of city collective action toward inclusive, smart, and sustainable city by implementing circular economy through accountable institutions and delivering the SDG in public-private partnerships. Why? Because city is the front line of the circular economy implementation. There are people, housing, transportation, business centers, production, services, leisure, entertainment, lifestyle, and so forth. And city also represents 70% of the world natural resources consumption, 40% of the solid waste, and 80% of the greenhouse emission. And city then should be positioned and can be positioned to become the pioneer of the solutions. And therefore, in order to do that, we need to do a public-private partnerships. Okay, next. Now, just this is another example. I think I would like to also briefly only, because it has been mentioned before, basically that we need to have the policies. That's important one is spatial planning. It could be we need to have a city incentive policies, tax, renewable and sustainable energy policies, transportation, green building regulation, and so forth. And for the business opportunity, there are a lot of business opportunities on the city water management, energy usage, waste management, recycling, fashions, and then fixed furniture, redistribution of food, and so forth, and manufacturing and design. And although Papana said that circular economy could generate an additional economic-wide GDP impact of 593 to 630 trillion and 4.4 million net jobs, and so forth. Next. Now, okay, I'll just skip this because there's been examples by others. This one is the food system in Nairobi. I just skip that. Next. Now, who are the stakeholders? Okay. So certainly there are government, ministry, regional government, institutions, and UN, international organization, multinational corporations, digital business, corporate, SME, trade union, business and industry association, NGO, academia, informal leaders, women, youth, and also last but not least, also the press, the media. Next. Okay, what are the driving force? Okay, for the business to do that. Number one is that there's been a ESG commitment become the driving force, the driving consumer purchases and employee engagement. Okay, and this one is saying that there is a pressure from customer, from the employee related to the environment, to social and the governance. There is also investor give the high evaluation for the company in investing in ESG. 88% says the company that prioritize ESG and initiative represent the better opportunity. 92% say the company with strong ESG performance deserve a premium. And also ESG result in lower cost capital, better operational performance, and better stock price performance. Next. Another driving force from the environment. Okay, Indonesia committed to reducing emission by 29% below business as usual, and in 2030 and 41% in the international corporations. Okay, and then CE, circular economy is directly linked to all of these SDGs I mentioned before. And it is also the pressure that for us to do the 1.5%, 1.5 degrees Celsius in climate. Next. So in order to build a partnership, it should be complementary resources. The government, the business, the donor or international agencies, and the civil societies. And they are all having their strong points to cover the weak points of the others. And together they become other partnerships that they form. It not necessarily to be all, but it can be business with the civil society, it can be business with the government, donors with the business, and so forth. So these are all what is the components that become resources complementary one to another. Next. Okay, skills needed, negotiation skills, innovation, strategic thinking, of course, the political management, communications, and financial restructuring. This is our skills needed. Next. Next. Okay, and these are the challenges. They are low level, they are high level challenges. In order to do that, basically partnership, sharing risk, resources, and decision need institutional leadership and negotiating skill. Next. Okay, solutions, human resource training, increasing assisted living facilities, social policies, government regulation, culture implication become important one, and last but not least, technology solutions. Okay, next. I would like to end this presentation basically one more, that when we are talking about public-private partnerships, there is also what we have been talking about before is the people, profit, and planet. 3 Ps now become the 5 Ps. So people, planet, profit become the prosperities, and then partners and the peace and was and one. Last but not least is the partnership that we have to build for this achievement of the SDG, and also at the same time for the implementation of the circular economy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pak Yun. Even though it's very brief, it's really eye-opening to see the complementary resources for circular economy are actually abundant if we join the forces of government, business, civil society, including academia, as well as donor and international agencies. I also completely agree with your recommendations for us all to develop advanced skills, including innovation, strategic thinking, and financial structuring for public-private partnership. Our last panelist is Dr. Bengtson. Dr. Bengtson is an international sustainability expert, advising governments and organizations on policies related to sustainable consumption and production, including circular economy. He has lived and worked in Asia for close to 20 years, so he knows the region extremely well. He's currently assisting the establishment of an ASEAN platform for circular economy, while also facilitating EU-Indonesia cooperation on circular economy and supporting the government of Laos PDR on policies to address single-use plastics. The next 15 minutes is yours, Dr. Bengtson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jalal, and don't worry, I will not speak for 15 years. Ladies and gentlemen, dear participants, I'm delighted to be with you here today. It's an honor for me to join this great forum. I think it's a valuable resource for Indonesia to have this recurring platform where government and various stakeholders can meet up on a regular basis to take stock and to discuss the way forward. Can you see my slides? Okay, I see Mr. Jalal nodding, thank you. Yeah, as we are meeting here today, I should say also that we are very much aware of the difficult situation in Indonesia, currently being severely impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic. And of course, we are thinking about all those people who have lost dear ones, people who are sick, and people who are suffering for other reasons related with this terrible pandemic. So let's be hopeful that the situation will soon improve, and that all Indonesians can be safe and sound. I should also say that in the program it says that I am working for the European Union, which is only partly true. I'm an independent consultant working on a number of projects funded by the European Union, but I don't speak as a representative of the Union, and I'm not a full-time employee of the Union either. I speak to you as a person who has one foot in academia and the other foot in international development assistance. And as Mr. Jalal said, I've worked in Asia for a long time, and especially in Southeast Asia for the last 15, 20 years. And it's never easy to be the last speaker. You cannot fully anticipate what other speakers are going to cover, but I feel happy that many of my messages resonate really well with what we have heard in the other excellent presentations that have been made here today. I would like to start by taking a long-term historical perspective and to see how our society has evolved over time and how that has led to an increasingly high consumption of natural resources, currently much higher than the planet can support over the long term. Traditional hunter-gatherer societies are using extremely small amounts of resources, manage to maintain their health and well-being with very small environmental footprints. Traditional agrarian societies have considerably larger use of natural resources, between 3 and 6 tons per person per year. And then there is a big leap to the modern industrial societies, where many people live in cities and where consumption of resources is often in the order of 15 to 25 tons per person per year. And currently the situation is in Indonesia is that the country is using around 8 to 9 tons of resources per person per year, but it's growing rapidly. So Indonesia is moving towards the situation that we currently find in the high-income countries. And if we look at what the scientists are saying and recommending, that a consumption of around 8 tons per person per year might be sustainable over long term. These are difficult assessments to make, but most estimates end up around this number. So we understand, of course, that the high-income countries, the countries that are currently rich and wealthy, are living well above the carrying capacity of the planet, and they need to transform very significantly and rapidly in the coming decades. But also a country like Indonesia, now quickly moving up the ladder and becoming wealthier, which brings many benefits, of course, to the Indonesian people. But it's important at this point in time to be very careful about what kind of development is happening and what kind of resource use that drives. And I would like to argue, looking at the current situation here for this country, that Indonesia is actually in a pretty favorable position of navigating towards a circular economy. Still, as I showed before, The consumption of resources is relatively modest if you compare to the high-income countries. That is certainly an advantage. And you are also at the stage where there is a boom in infrastructure building expected over the coming decades. And of course, the recovery of the COVID pandemic will increase this need for investments even more. And that creates a great opportunity to really think ahead and to make sure that circular design principles are used from the beginning, so that you don't get stuck with infrastructure and solutions that are part of the past, but that are part of the future, and that can continue to create benefits for the country for a long time into the future. Indonesia also has a young population and a large workforce. We can expect that the circular economy will be more labor intensive than the current economy. There will be lots of need for work to take good care of materials and products, to keep them in good shape so that they can continue to be used and deliver benefits to us for a long time. That was actually one of the aspects of circular economy that was highlighted in the very earliest work back in the 1970s on circular economy, how a reduction in energy consumption would create a need for more human labor. And I'm very well aware that the emphasis on green jobs is very strong in the work done by Bappenas and by progressive cities such as Bogor. And we also see many initiatives coming up around the world. There are many policy experiments, although we have to be honest and say that no country has made very significant progress towards becoming circular. We are still taking just little baby steps, but nonetheless, there are good ideas, there are good intentions. So there is a wealth of good ideas and some initial experiences for Indonesia to study and to learn from, and to help the country leapfrog, to avoid this future I talked about before, ending up with the same very high and unsustainable dependence on energy and the natural resources as we currently find in the wealthy countries, but to transition directly to a more circular and more sustainable economy and future. Also, in a country like Indonesia, you still have a number of traditional practices that are well aligned with circular objectives, which are becoming less common and which are maybe often seen as outdated and old-fashioned. But that's also a resource for the country to cherish and to be proud of and try to revive and conserve going forward. This also reflects something that many people have been talking about, that although circular economy, the word circular economy, the focus on circularity often leads to the misunderstanding that this is mainly about recycling. But as many speakers have been saying here today, circular economy is a much more holistic concept than waste management and recycling. Fundamentally, it's about shrinking material flows. It's about using fewer resources, rethinking consumption, and finding smarter ways of meeting human needs. It's also about slowing material flows, of keeping products in use for longer time, in taking components from worn out products and using them to make new products in creative ways that we currently don't do very much. And then at the end, if we don't manage to do these things, or when we have finished up those opportunities, we also need to go for recycling, but it also has to be good quality recycling. So we have a hierarchy here where we have some of these circular economy approaches with reducing consumption, rethinking consumption, and using less has higher sustainability potential, and recycling is part of it, but it's not the highest priority. There are many reasons why recycling will not do the job here. Most of the products we find around us are not designed to be recyclable. They combine materials so that they are almost impossible to separate and recycle profitably and with high quality. And often the materials that come out of recycling processes are of a lower quality and cannot fully replace new materials. So it ends up being secondary materials that can only be used for low value products. And also recycling process in themselves can be polluting. They require energy, both for collection and transport and for the processing. So we shouldn't think of recycling as being completely green, but it's something that we need to do when we have exhausted all these other opportunities I talked about before. So recycling is certainly part of the toolbox, but not the highest priority. Next, I would like to say something about the transition to a circular economy, drawing a bit from the work I've been doing on plastics over the last few years. We have currently a very linear system with plastics. These materials are made of finite resources. They are made of oil and fossil gas. There is widespread pollution across the life cycle, all the way from extraction of the resources. We have impacts on the climate. There is widespread use of toxic substances in these materials. They are often used for short-lived products, and we have a considerable generation of waste, very little recycling, and most of the recycling that happens is to a lower quality grade of materials. If you think about what the future, more sustainable circular system for plastics could look like, I listed some characteristics of this here, inspired by the work done by the Ellen MacArthur Foundation. And as you can see, this kind of system would be profoundly different from what we have currently. This is really a huge change where many companies that are currently big and dominant will probably not be able to make the transition. We will see a major transformation of the industrial landscape around these materials. And this future system I'm talking about, it doesn't exist yet, of course, it's just an idea. And we don't have clear blueprints. We don't have a clear idea on how to navigate the transformation from what we have currently to this future better system. It's a very complex process where we need to take steps and learn lessons along the way. There is a huge need for innovation, both technical innovation, but also policy innovation and social innovation. And we need to learn to live with some temporary solutions that we know are just improvements of what we have currently, but not fully circular, not fully sustainable. But we need to make sure that those temporary solutions don't become obstacles to making more progress and to continue the transition to even more sustainable and better systems. I would like to make this point also that when we talk about circular economy, economy is not only about what happens in the marketplace, driven by the private profit-driven sectors. If we put people at the center and look at what provides the essentials of people's well-being, we are actually served by 4 different economies. We have the market economy, but we also have the public economy, what the governments at different levels provide for us. We have the community economy, the people living around us, what we do together with them and how the community solves problems together with us. And we have the activities in the household, how we ourselves produce and use goods and services. And circular practices can play an important role in all of these economies. We need to look at opportunities not only related with business, but also in these other areas on how the government provides public services and how we can apply circular principles in community practices and in the lifestyles of people and households. I see that the time is running here, but let me talk briefly about some of the experiences that I would like to highlight. Many speakers have talked about the need for dialogue with stakeholders, certainly very important. Circular economy is very cross-cutting. We need collaboration across government ministries and departments for sure. We need lots of innovation. We need not only the existing corporations, but we also need new startups and social enterprises and engaged citizens. So we need to encourage new thinking and make it easier for people to start up new initiatives. And we need to look at we need to think about how to stimulate the circular economy, but we also need to review and revisit the policies that exist currently that encourage a linear economy. We have been working for a long time to try to fuel a linear economy and and we need to see how we can also phase out policies that are not helping us in the transition to circularity. Because we need to both encourage the better practices, but we also need to discourage strongly linear business models and solutions. We need to make it less profitable and less attractive to work with linear models and business practices. And we need to be mindful that there are no best available practices. This is still very much something that is in the making everywhere. And we need to learn lessons from where they exist, also internationally. I wrap up my presentation there, and thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Benson. Thank you for saying that Indonesia is in a good position for becoming a circular economy, as well as highlighting 7 lessons that are really important for us here. Among them, I read that we need close dialogue with all stakeholders. Circular economy is cross-cutting and therefore requires good channels for communication and mechanism for policy coordination. And the last one would be the circular economy is not only about implementing new policies, but also revising existing policies that hinder circular practices. That's really important. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we have heard all the eye-opening presentation from our excellent panelists. Now we are moving to the Q&A session. Unfortunately, we just have about less than 15 minutes to do that. Therefore, I would like to invite the panelists to choose questions from the Q&A box and reply accordingly. I invite Dr. Medilidam first, followed by Indah, Pak Yun, and Dr. Benson. But each of you, please remind yourself that you only have around 3 minutes. So, Pak Medil.
Okay, thank you very much, Pak Jalal. Perhaps because when I opened this Q&A and I just struck with the questions from Pak David Sitompul here. Pak David asking me about is waste or garbage power plant also considered as a part of circular economy ecosystems? He's from PLN, and I would like to answer this very simple. Once the waste once the waste comes into the incinerators in a power plant, for example, is the residue of the waste or the waste residue is not the total waste goes into the incinerators for power plants, for example. And that we can say that it could be about circular economy. But if it is a total waste goes into the incinerators that generates the electricity for garbage power for the power plants, I believe that's not a circular economy, because we know that there are still a lot of energy remains in our solid waste, and that can be recycled and can be produced to have another products and generate more benefits in our economy and even in our social system as well. So, again, the answer is very clear. If it is just a residue of the waste, that's fine, and we can classify it as a circular economy. But if it is a total waste, I believe that's not a circular economy at all. And what else? Can you choose pick or pick, Pak Jalal, which ones that I have to answer, because there are so many here.
Well, I think that you have a lot of questions, Pak. I would like to see the question from Hikal Fadila.
Okay,
How government reduce pollutions that produced by one of the biggest income national company like Pertamina.
Oh, okay.
And change to sustainable energy.
Okay, I would like to provide a very simple example. It's not about Pertamina, but also probably other big company who that usually use chiller for their air conditioning systems, and in general, when they use chiller, they usually use HFC, hydrofluorocarbon, for their chilling system, for cooling systems. And I believe if they can replace the HFC with others, for example, like hydrocarbon, for example, as a element for our cooling systems, that provide a lot of energy efficiency in cooling systems. And so you can imagine, so you know, in the city, basically energy is one of the largest source of our emissions, and if we can improve the energy efficiency, so we can reduce our emissions, and also, of course, reduce our costs as well in operating our systems. So when we replace our refrigerants systems with more efficient and also more environmentally products, say for example changes HFC to hydrocarbon, for example, that creates a lot of energy efficiency. That's a very small, simple program, and I believe Pertamina actually also produce hydrocarbon for cooling systems. I think it has a product for that, but if we look at again our Montreal Protocol system, our internal products actually banned by the Montreal Protocol. I don't know for today, but hopefully hydrocarbon can become a very our national products that can be accepted as well for the cooling system. And this also part of a circular economy because it improves our energy efficiency as well. And so again, this is just an example. Probably more other examples in waste sectors in our in circular economy, in operationalization of our big companies can be also another example.
Thank you.
There are many examples for that.
Okay, the next one, Indah, right?
Okay, please.
Okay, Mas Jalal, so this is my part now?
Yep.
Okay, I think I only have one question from Pak Edi Iswantowiloso, ya. What is IBCSD criteria to say that a company has implemented circular economy? So I think everyone will get the presentation. So if you look at the presentation, there are 4 approach that the company can do in implementing circular economy. I think most of the IBCSD member implementing circular economy on the operation level. So in operation level means that you recycle your water use, for example, from toilet, and then you can watering the plant and so on, or you can use the paper, and then you reuse the paper, the waste paper, to the new one again. So it's part of operation, and only some of them implementing circular economy for enhancing their product or services. So if you look at the presentation on 5 business model identified by Accenture, from WBCSD, the company can convert their business model, not only selling the product, but they can also transform their business as the service. So the product is part of their business model. For example, Philip sell medicine instrument. But now they changed. They open kind of service using their tools, their equipment. to diagnose people on health problems. So they also offer service. So this is kind of circular economy in transforming business, not only goods, but also the services. And the other two things, this is collaboration and also organization and culture, which is only few that we can see on the IBCST member initiative. So I hope this answer your question, Eddie.
Thank you, Ida. Pak Yun.
Yes, there is one question from Anissa Aksa about my statement that we are now 62 years behind the schedule, and wondering whether we can catch up, or is it possible to do it in order to do that? Okay, so yes. Okay, the statement for 62 years behind schedule is from Secretary General Guterres in the recent meeting in the UN Global Compact Leader Summit, and also in a different occasion, because he alerted, especially now after having this COVID pandemic impact also, that in addition to human rights and women, which now become one of these key issues in the United Nations, women and gender equality, but also now these waste plastics, and most importantly is the climate. So is it possible to us to catch up? Certainly it's all countries in the world to be able to do that, including Indonesia. And from the business aspect, it is also very important because business should play important roles in these climate issues, in this waste and management and so forth, in the water issues, pollution and so forth. Okay, so what we have been doing here now is basically from a UN Global Compact calling all the businesses. We have something like 30,000 members in the world and about 3,000 non-NGO and industries. What we have been doing is that we are calling an urgent program to be implemented, and we call it SDG ambition. And these SDG ambitions cover the climate issues, all the others, and from the climate issues and how we are working together with the business and provide the trainings and programs in terms of how to do it, what we call science-based calculations for the climate, in order to get the business really in action to do the measurements of the carbon emissions, how to reduce it, and so forth, and so that all the business should be participating in this one. Of course, there are business starting to divert their energy usage from the fossil energy to become the renewable energies, the transportations to become the electrical vehicles and so forth. So this one is the one in order to catch up with the needs to achieve the SDG, especially how to manage the target 1.5 degrees Celsius by 2050 in order to make the carbon reductions to be reduced and to achieve the zero emission.
Thank you, Pak Yun. The last one would be for Dr. Benson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jalal. I would like to address a couple of questions that have come up here. There was a question from Alistair Spears about where we can find good models for cities and if there is some EU assistance program currently. And I would like to say that there are many countries that have interesting and inspiring examples. I wouldn't like to point at any individual city as an overall leader. You can find inspiring cases and solutions here and there, and but no one has really managed to put this together into a very nice and well-functioning system. So it's more like a big buffet where you can find various dishes to choose from. But you need to be selective, and you need to be smart and look ahead and think about what could be beneficial for Indonesia in the longer term. over the 20, 30 years from now, what can still be sustainable and resilient, given that we need to quickly decarbonize our society, and we need to also scale down our use of resources. So need to be selective and to make sure that you really pick the good initiatives and good technological solutions that can serve you well for a long period of time, and not just take the solutions that are currently found commonly in high-income countries, because they are about to become obsolete in many cases, because they rely too much on resources and energy. And there is actually starting up right now an Indonesia-EU Green Agenda partnership, which is a multi-year effort with various kinds of assistance, including business-to-business matchmaking and direct investments as potential mechanisms. And this will offer opportunities to identify kind of lessons and good solutions for cities around Indonesia. I would also like to say something briefly about the question from Angelique Permatasari about bioplastics. She's asking about the recycling of bioplastics, and she's right that if you mix bioplastics with conventional plastics, it creates difficulties for recycling. So you need to be smart about where you use these materials. I'm convinced that a few decades from now, we will mainly be using bio-based polymers, not so many fossil-based polymers. But the way from where we are currently to that future is not so easy to navigate. But we need to find niches where we can use these bio-based polymers, where they are beneficial and useful, and where we don't have a risk that they will end up being mixed with other kinds of plastic. There was also a question in the chat box related to this, with how we can recycle multi-layer plastic. And my simple answer to that would be that we should try to discourage the use of multi-layer plastic as much as possible. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Benson. And thank you for all panelists for the answers. And we hope that the answers satisfy your curiosities. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, from this session, I think we can conclude that circular economy is a very big opportunity for sustainability for us all, including in achieving the SDGs and Paris Agreement. We know that with COVID-19, it's impacting SDGs negatively. So CI is even more important for build forward better from now on in Indonesia. The needs to work together with all stakeholders, it's really key highlights from this discussion. So joining programs as well as joining resources is key for success. And then also new policies, business models, financing mechanisms, and consumption culture are keys for circular economy success in Indonesia, as they are keys elsewhere. So thank you, panelists and participants, for attending this session. And please look forward to other incredible sessions at the Indonesia Circular Economy Forum. This is just the first one. So I would like to invite you all to other plenary events. So I would like to hand over the session to Ms. Amelia Yahya now.
Thank you very much, Pak Jala, for excellently moderating the sessions. And thank you so much for all of our first session speakers for the excellent discussion. It was very succinct, very informative. And fortunately, Pak Jala, it did not last for 15 years, Pak, yeah? So everyone, through our first plenary session, the Circular Economy Action Plan, it undoubtedly provided for all of us insights on a future-oriented agenda for achieving a cleaner as well as a more competitive co-creations, and moving to such a model could really reduce waste, improve resource productivity, and better manage resource scarcity. And it could also help reduce the environmental impact on production itself. So once again, everyone, thank you so much for your insights. And as the day is still young, we'll have many more experts to share their insights with us. And together, we're going to pick their brain. But first, let us take a break as we gather our coffees and teas and snacks and get comfortable for our next session. And we will be right back at around 11:50 Jakarta time for our second plenary session, or in around 15 minutes time. So please stay with us. We'll be right back.
Ada solusi yang bisa kita lakukan untuk mengatasi permasalahan sampah kemasan di Indonesia. Packaging Recovery Organization atau PRO adalah salah satunya. 78% sampah plastik rumahan dibakar dekat dari rumah, 12% dibuang ke aliran air, dan 10% dibuang di tanah ataupun dikubur, yang akhirnya sampai ke laut. Adapun penerapan praktik ekonomi sirkular yang mampu mengurangi jumlah sampah plastik dan kemasan dengan menggunakan kembali maupun mendaur ulang sampah pasca konsumsi agar tetap memiliki nilai. BRACE hadir sebagai asosiasi yang dibentuk pada tahun 2010 dan berkomitmen untuk menemukan solusi pengelolaan sampah kemasan yang berkelanjutan. Packaging Recovery Organization atau PRO bisa menjadi jawaban sejumlah tantangan pada pengelolaan sampah dan optimalisasi praktik ekonomi sirkular Indonesia. Ada solusi yang bisa kita lakukan untuk mengatasi permasalahan sampah kemasan di Indonesia. Packaging Recovery Organization atau PRO adalah salah satunya. 78% sampah plastik rumahan dibakar dekat dari rumah, 12% dibuang ke aliran air, dan 10% dibuang di tanah ataupun dikubur, yang akhirnya sampai ke laut. Adapun penerapan praktik ekonomi sirkular yang mampu mengurangi jumlah sampah plastik dan kemasan dengan menggunakan kembali maupun mendaur ulang sampah pasca konsumsi agar tetap memiliki nilai. BRACE hadir sebagai asosiasi yang dibentuk pada tahun 2010 dan berkomitmen untuk menemukan solusi pengelolaan sampah kemasan yang berkelanjutan. Packaging Recovery Organization atau PRO bisa menjadi jawaban sejumlah tantangan pada pengelolaan sampah dan optimalisasi praktek ekonomi sirkular Indonesia.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Indonesia Circular Economy Forum, or ICEF. I hope you had a very good break. So after discussing the Circular Economy Action Plan, let us now continue our second plenary session of the day on urban spatial planning and good governance. Our moderator for this session is Maria Dianurani. She's a consultant in sustainability management and CSR. Please allow me to tell you a little bit about her. She received her Bachelor's of Engineering in the Institute of Technology Bandung and Master of Science at the University of Indonesia. Currently, she is also there majoring in Strategic and Global Studies. Maria is also the founder and Secretary General of the International Society of Sustainability Professionals. In 2013 to this year, she is the Deputy Chairwoman of the Standing Committee of Social Responsibility of the Indonesian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, or Kadin. Maria is also the author of Towards a Sustainable Business Practical Guide to CSR Implementation, published by Kadin and Balai Pustaka. So, Maria, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Ms. Amelia Yahya, for introducing me. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the plenary session Urban Spatial Planning and Good Governance on the first day of the 4th Indonesia Circular Economy Forum 2021, organized by Greeneration Foundation. My name is Maria Nurani and I will be moderating this session. And from this session, I expect that we can hear how architects, urban planners, business and policymakers are involved in the process of redesigning the urban system that will enable the implementation of a circular economy approach in a city level, and how good governance play an important role in achieving smart and sustainable cities through this approach. We will be exploring this session by looking at the perspective from the government, business, and research sector. Joining us now, we have 5 excellent panelists who will deliver 4 topics. First, we have Bapak Ujang Solihin Sidik, the Deputy Director for Goods and Packaging in Directorate of Solid Waste Management at Ministry of Environment and Forestry Indonesia. And Bapak Ujang Solihin Sidik, or Bapak Uso, graduated as a Master of Science from University of Leeds, United Kingdom. He has expertise in solid waste management, reduced resource recycling, extended producer responsibility, circular economy, and marine litter. And next, we also have Bapak Insinyur Edison Siagian, the Director of Synchronization of Local Government Affairs at Directorate General of Regional Development, Ministry of Home Affairs Indonesia. And then we also have Bapak Prasetyo Adi, or Bapak Tio, the Managing Director of Pandega Desain WH5 or PDW Architects. He is a professional architect and urban designer. He is the founding partners and managing director of PDW, an award-winning firm and top 10 Indonesia architects. Tio is also one of the core founders of Green Building Council Indonesia and community members of World Green Building Council Asia Pacific Network. He's currently the director for the International Relation of Green Building Council Indonesia. And in this session, Bapak Tio will be accompanied by Mr. Brian Selden from AG5. Brian is a founding partner as AG5 with over 30 years of architectural work experience in USA and Denmark. He has a broad theoretical and practical background in design, sketching, planning, user involvement, process management, design, and project management. At last, but not least, we also have Bapak Nirarta Samadi, the Director of World Resources Institute Indonesia. Bapak Dr. Nirarta, or Bapak Koni, is the Country Director of WRE Indonesia. He was the Deputy Minister of Indonesia's Unit for Development Monitoring and Oversight, or UKP4, was the chair of the Working Group on Moratorium Monitoring, who is part of the Indonesia REDD Plus Task Force and also have been work with the UNDP as a strategic planning advisor and head of the Papua Accelerated Development Advance team. So ladies and gentlemen, before we start the session, I would like to remind participants that we have an interpretation menu at the bottom of your screen. We are also going to have question and answer session at the end of the session. So please feel free to ask in the Q&A box, mentioning your name, institution, and who you are asking to. You may use Bahasa Indonesia also. If you like, I will interpret it for you. So without further ado, I would like to invite our first panelist, Bapak Ujang Solihin Sidik. Bapak Uso, you will have 15 minutes and the time is yours.
Okay, thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Is my sound is clear?
Yes, Pak Uso,
yeah, okay.
It's good.
Okay. Selamat siang, good, nearly at noon actually today. Distinguished guests and participants, thank you. First of all, I would to thanks to the ICAF committee to invite KLHK, invite MOF Indonesia to join this forum. So today, I'm representing of the Solid Waste Management Directorate from Ministry of Environment Indonesia. So I would like to talk about solid waste management. Yeah, it's not related directly to the spatial urban planning, but yeah, maybe much more related to the how the local government who parties that are responsible has responsibility on the solid waste management implementation in Indonesia can do the circular economy with the principle of the good governance. So I'm a deputy director for goods and packaging at the Directorate of Solid Waste Management and KLHK actually. Next, please. So first slide, I would like to so that Indonesia actually, since 2008, since the law of the solid waste management published in 2008, Indonesia has been moving to the new paradigm of solid waste management. Indonesia Sustainable Waste Management Policy Directive is already have been moving to a better situation actually, because in the shifting of the paradigm of our solid waste management, that we know actually before 2008, our solid waste management is fully depend on what we call it an pipe solution. So we just manage our waste, just clean, just what we call it, collect, transfer, and dump. That's it. It is a very, very end-of-pipe solution. So in this situation, our waste is become pollutants actually to environment, to our health, and etc. etc. So there is no waste reduction policy, regulation, or program action, and also no waste to resource policy, regulation, and etc. etc. So in this context, we just at the time we did what we call now is linear economy, just make, use, and dispose. So based on our law, and then also supported by another regulation like Peraturan Pemerintah number 81 2012 and the recent Peraturan Menteri LHK number 5 and 2019, we are going to move actually to implement the 3Rs principle firstly, we put first the 3R principle because I do believe the 3R principle is the root of circular economy actually. So in this context, we want to reduce our waste as pollutant loads, and we want to reduce our waste at source as much as possible, and we want to transfer our waste to become a resource, and of course at the end we want to do resource efficiency and to limit virgin resource extraction. So in advance, hopefully in the next couple of years, we are going to implement what we call the producer responsibility and circular economy, of course. So in this context, now I think we are still in the middle of this process. So hopefully in the next 5 or 10 years, we are could implement EPR and circular economy in the ground actually. In the context of the advanced shifting, advanced steps in what we are calling the EPR and circular economy steps, we want us, the producer, to be responsible to the waste that come from their products and packaging, and we also want to eliminate the single-use items that we can avoid actually, mostly from packaging. So we are going to redesign our product and packaging to become more reusable and recyclable. And also we want to make our waste a new life as long as possible. And at the same time, I would like to also, we as Indonesia government want to achieve the Jaksrana's target, kebijakan strategi nasional target. It's already mentioned in our another regulation. And yeah, finally, we actually have the commitment, global commitment on the SDGs. So we would also like to meet our SDG goals, especially number 12, how to implement the sustainable or responsible consumption and production. Next, please. This is a number that we are called as a target of the Jaksrana's national policy and strategy period of 2018 until 2025. Then we have the figure, the number here. We already estimate our solid waste generation until 2025, and of course we have put set a target. Yeah, actually maybe it's very ambitious target. We want to reduce at source our waste upstream from the beginning our waste by 30% in 2025, and at the same time we would like also to could handle our waste properly by 70% in 2025. So in 2025, yeah, it's maybe 3 or 4 years to go. We would like to manage our waste properly 100%. Next, please. So when we want to achieve the target, like I mentioned before, the target of the Indonesian sustainable waste management policy and strategy is including two main elements. The first one, we want to reduce our waste at the source by 30%. And the second one is we want to properly handling our waste by 70%. So we do hope we can manage our waste 100% in 2025. So how to measure this target? There are some indicators I would like to share with you. For the reduction at source indicator, there are 3 main indicators actually. The first one is we want to decrease our solid waste generation per capita actually. At least we use in average, we use 0.7 kilogram per day per capita of solid waste management generation. So we would like to, of course, in the next couple of years, we want to reduce our waste generation per capita below 0.7 kilogram. And the second indicator is we would like to increase the reduction and management of waste at source by doing prevention or avoidance of waste, and at the same time we also do the community-based triage. And the third indicator is we would like also at the same time decreasing our waste leakage to the environment at the source. So because actually now we still have much our waste leakage to the environment since the beginning from the source actually. So this is very important for us. For the proper handling indicators, also there are three main indicators. The first one is increasing solid waste management treatment rate actually. What is the treatment rate? We classify some activities how we can increase our treatment rate from the recycling rate, composting rate, energy recovery rate, maybe biogas rate, and etc. etc. So based on this rate, we can measure that whether we can succeed or not to treat our waste properly. The second one.
You have 3 minutes left.
Okay. The second one is we want to decrease landfilling rate, of course, and the third one is we want to decrease waste leakage to the environment during waste handling. The next one, please. I would like also to elaborate the key performance indicator of the national solid waste. Actually, you can see on this slide, there are several seven key performance indicators that we are used to improve our solid waste management compared to 2018 until 2025. So, for example, the solid waste management capacity in the 2018 we only have 32%. And of course, our target is to achieve 100% of solid waste management capacity in 2020, and etc. etc. Next one. So this is the five policy regulation, 5 approaches that we are going to reducing and circulating packaging waste. Since the packaging waste have give our biggest challenge right now, so this is some policy, some approaches that we are going to do. The first one, the upstream policy. For example, we are going to phasing out some single-use items. Mid to downstream policy, we are focusing to improve our solid waste management implementation at the cities and agencies level. And the third one is we are going to encourage the producer to be responsible to the waste that's come from the products and packaging. And also the next approach is the public engagement and law enforcement. And finally, we are going to also have the policy, regulation, and programs at the source with the focus on how we can avoidance, we can prevent, and we can reduce our waste at the beginning or at the upstream. Next, please. The last one is I would like to share that this is our national solid waste management performance test in 2020. You can see on this graph, this chart, that we are still far from far to go. You can see the reduction at source is still 60%. Waste handling is still 37%. 37%, and you can see the unmanaged waste. We have still so many unmanaged waste. It's a count of, it's about the 47% of our waste. So compared to our target in 2025, yeah, we still have the big hole that we are going to achieve. So you can look at this second graph, second chart, that we are still have big homeworks, big challenges to achieve our target in 2025. Yeah, we, for example, we our target to 100% proper, 100% managed waste in 2025, but now in 2020 we still only 53% of waste, managed waste at the present. So the challenges and the homeworks, the effort, we should actually improve very much in this occasion. So this is, I think, the last slide. Hopefully, it can give you some insights about the recent situation of our solid waste management. Thank you. Terima kasih.
Thank you, Pak Uso. So from Pak Uso, we learned that government actually have prepared the shifting of paradigm in solid waste management from end-of-pipe solution to EPR and circular economy. Government have policy and strategy equipped with quantitative target and key performance indicator until 2025 involving industry and society at large. But we still have big challenge to achieve it, right, Pak Uso? Okay, now next we will move to Bapak Edison Siagian. Bapak Edison Siagian sudah siap?
Ya, selamat siang, Ibu Maria.
Selamat siang, Bapak. Waktunya 15 menit, Bapak?
Ya, mudah-mudahan kurang gitu ya.
Iya, Bapak. Terima kasih.
Saya
Silakan,
harus
Bapak.
menggunakan bahasa Indonesia biar cepat.
Boleh, silakan, Bapak. Silakan.
Oke. Selamat siang Ibu Bapak yang saya hormati. Ini ada Bapak Ibu yang pernah saya ketemu sebelumnya, Pak Koni. Udah lama nggak ketemu, Pak. Dan teman-teman semua yang lain. Ya, ini saya mewakili Ibu Dirjen karena Ibu Dirjen yang diundang. Nah, apa yang saya mau sampaikan ini terkait dengan spatial urban planning. Jadi tata ruang di wilayah perkotaan, tapi terkait dengan kebijakannya tentunya. Nah, Ibu Bapak yang saya hormati, saya punya data, tapi nanti yang kasih slide sesuaikan aja dengan apa yang saya sampaikan. Jadi saat ini dengan Undang-Undang Cipta Kerja dan turunan-turunan PP-PP-nya, bahwa apa yang menjadi persoalan di dalam perizinan berusaha, persyaratan dasarnya adalah salah satu adalah tata ruang. Tata ruang dalam bentuk rencana detil tata ruang. Jadi persyaratan dasar pertama dalam perizinan berusaha itu adalah tata ruang. Artinya kesesuaian kegiatan pemanfaatan ruang itu dicek lewat tata ruang. Dan itu kompatibel dan terkonsolidasi nanti lewat OSS. Online Single Submission untuk persoalan perizinan berusaha. Nah, saat ini dari sekian ribu atau 2000-an lah RDTR yang harus dibuat karena ada RT RW yang mengamanatkan. Hari ini data kami baru 121 RDTR. Nah, ini ada hubungannya maksud saya dengan apa yang kita bicarakan ini. Yang kita bicarakan adalah soal sirkular ekonomi, apalagi terkait dengan persampahan di perkotaan. Nah, untuk itu Pemda harusnya, pemerintah daerah, saya langsung aja ke pemerintah daerah ini, pemerintah daerah harus mengantisipasi ini dengan cepat, apalagi terkait dengan COVID. Kita punya kebijakan untuk pemulihan ekonomi. Nah, menurut kami pemulihan ekonomi nasional itu salah satunya lewat perizinan berusaha yang cepat dan cepat dan cermat, kira-kira begitu. Nah, isu-isu permasalahan perkotaan saya pikir ini udah biasa. Lanjut. Mungkin di yang nomor 9 ya, slide nomor 9. Bisa? Ya. Nah, jadi saya pikir sebelum itu tadi, sebelumnya. Oke, ya, jadi Ibu Bapak ada terkait perencanaan itu kan ada yang spasial, ada yang non spasial. Nah, saya lebih kepada yang spasial ini karena memang itu jadi tadi menjadi dasar untuk persyaratan dasar pertama untuk perizinan berusaha. Kan ada 3, lingkungan dan bangunan gedung. Nah, oleh sebab itu kami sangat mendorong ini kepada pemerintah daerah supaya ini bisa cepat. Dan tentunya juga dukungan dari pemerintah pusat terkait penyelesaian daripada RT/RW. Ibu Bapak sampai hari ini masih ada daerah yang belum punya RT/RW. Ada 8. Ada 8 daerah belum punya RT/RW. Bagaimana sirkular ekonomi akan jalan jika ini tidak ada? Saya pikir sirkular ekonomi akan berjalan lancar jika perizinan berusaha yang nanti dikonsolidasi terhadap kesesuaian kegiatan pemanfaatan ruang itu harus connect lah kira-kira. Oleh sebab itu Ibu Bapak yang saya hormati, di dalam peraturan perundangan juga segala hal yang terkait perencanaan pembangunan harus mengacu kepada RT/RW dan termasuk RDTR di dalamnya sebagai operasionalisasi dari RT/RW. Lanjut di yang nomor 10 coba. Bisa dilanjut layarnya ke nomor 10 atau nomor 11. Saya pikir bukan ini gitu ya. Sebelum ini. Oke, nah, Ibu Bapak yang saya hormati, kami dari Kementerian Dalam Negeri dalam mengantisipasi hal ini, termasuk di dalamnya adalah hal-hal yang berhubungan dengan sirkular ekonomi ini, untuk tahun 2022 misalnya. Sudah ada kebijakan dari Menteri Dalam Negeri dalam bentuk peraturan Menteri Dalam Negeri, yaitu tentang pedoman rencana kerja pemerintah daerah untuk 2022. Di dalam rencana kerja itu sudah ada target-target terkait urusan bidang pemerintahan yang dilaksanakan oleh daerah yang sudah menjadi kewenangannya, termasuk persampahan. Contoh misalnya, persampahan itu untuk tahun 2022 itu harus ada pengurangan timbunan sampah sampai 11% dari sebelumnya. Lalu penanganan sampah sampai 34% dari tahun sebelumnya. Nah, dari sini kelihatan bahwa hal-hal yang terkait teknologi persampahan atau penanganan sampah itu menjadi hal yang harus dikerjasamakan. Baik itu ke pihak ketiga, bisnis, maupun hal-hal yang terkait kerjasama antar daerah. Nah, oleh sebab itu, Ibu Bapak yang saya hormati, kami sangat mendukung hal-hal yang terkait sirkular ekonomi ini supaya saya pikir juga ini akan mendukung proses pemulihan ekonomi nasional yang akan akibat dampak pandemi ini. Mungkin dilanjut Bapak, Ibu yang pegang layar ini. Nah, ini kode-kodifikasi program kegiatan yang memang harus dilaksanakan oleh daerah terkait dengan APBD-nya. Bu Bapak yang saya hormati, dari kajian kami terkait hal-hal yang berhubungan dengan pembiayaan penanganan sampah di daerah,
Bapak suaranya hilang.
Ibu.
Suaranya hilang, Bapak.
Oh, coba. Oh, ini internet connection-nya kurang. Ibu Maria dengar?
Sudah, Pak. Silakan, Pak.
Sudah ya. Ya, tadi kebetulan internetnya agak berubah sedikit. Nah, oleh sebab itu, Ibu Bapak yang saya hormati, hal-hal yang terkait persampahan ini memang daerah belum menjadi prioritas atau tidak terfokus. Karena apa? Kurang dari banyak daerah itu pembiayaan untuk sampah ini kurang dari 1%. Untuk 1% dari belanja daerah. Kita bisa bayangkan. Nah, oleh sebab itu bantuan-bantuan pemerintah pusat juga nanti ketika itu disampaikan ke daerah terkait pengelolaan sampah ini atau penanganan sampah itu harus memperhatikan kemampuan keuangan daerah. Karena ketika itu nanti diserahkan dan ditinggalkan programnya atau proyeknya, maka daerah harus melaksanakan itu. Nah, untuk hal itu di beberapa daerah kita cobakan ini dengan teman-teman dari Kementerian Koordinator Bidang Maritim dan Investasi, KLHK, dan KPUan. Nah, kita coba ini hal-hal ini bagaimana komitmen daerah terkait persampahan ini. Karena banyak peminat bahwa kami mau dibangunkan pengelolaan sampah dengan teknologi, misalnya dengan RDF misalnya. Nah, setelah itu nanti seperti apa? Nah, itulah tugas kami atau fungsi kami kepada daerah untuk mendesak mereka agar hal-hal yang terkait ini menjadi prioritas sehingga operasionalisasi dari penanganan sampah ini bisa dilakukan oleh daerah. Nah, terkait ini juga Permendagri 7 tahun 2021 terkait tata cara untuk retribusi sampah, penetapan retribusi nilai retribusi sampah oleh daerah juga sudah kita keluarkan. Nah, kami sangat yakin mudah-mudahan ya retribusi itu bisa diambil dari masyarakat atau pihak swasta dan lain-lain untuk menambah jumlah kemampuan fiskal daerah untuk menangani sampah dan seterusnya. Lanjut, mungkin yang terakhir lah. Yang terakhir bisa Nah, ini dukungan kebijakan daerah dalam penyelenggaraan perizinan berusaha. Coba yang ya ada beberapa strategi yang perlu dilakukan dalam mendukung smart and sustainable cities ini. Saya pikir soal informasi teknologi itu pasti, apalagi sekarang ya. Ini menjadi sesuatu yang penting buat teknologi, buat pelaksanaan urusan pemerintahan maupun pembangunan di daerah. OSS sendiri menggunakan teknologi informasi, saya pikir. Lalu mendorong pemerintah melakukan percepatan penyelesaian perda. Ya, kami segera mendorong ini. Dan untuk tahun ini, RDTR yang memang mau diselesaikan itu ada 57. Dari 57 itu ada 43 yang sudah. Jadi mudah-mudahan itu bisa selesai. Nah, untuk tahun depan ada 75. Kenapa angka-angka itu ada? Angka itu ada berdasarkan nilai investasi tinggi yang ada di daerah-daerah yang disasar itu. Namun demikian kalau melihat amanat dari RT RW, Perda RT RW masing-masing daerah, seharusnya daerah juga segera menyusun RDTR yang sudah menjadi amanat dari Perda RT RW yang nantinya menjadi dasar pemberian perizinan berusaha di daerah tentunya. Lalu mendorong perencanaan pembangunan kota itu dengan berbasiskan pada data informasi yang updating gitu ya dan akuntabel. Jangan, masih ada beberapa data perencanaan daerah itu menggunakan data-data yang masih lama, yang
Bapak
tidak up to
waktunya
date.
3 menit lagi.
Oke, ini yang terakhir Ibu. Melakukan kerjasama, ya. Kerjasama itu bisa ke pihak ketiga. Contoh tadi yang soal sampah, di beberapa daerah sudah ada pihak swasta yang mau bekerja sama dengan pemerintah untuk melakukan penanganan sampah, baik itu untuk energi listrik dan seterusnya, terutama yang berhubungan dengan circular economy. Lanjut. Saya pikir itu yang bisa saya sampaikan dan saya bersedia untuk diskusi mengenai hal ini. Terima kasih Bu Maria.
Terima kasih Pak Edison. So, ladies and gentlemen, from Bapak Edison, we learned that actually local government need to anticipate the COVID pandemic and also circular economy by increasing the easiness of doing business. While we still have faced a challenge that many local government have no special planning yet, and also budget from solid waste management is only 1% of total local budget. So that's why it needs a contribution from the central government and also from society at large. So our next panelist is Bapak Prasetyo Adi and Mr. Brian Sheldon. You both also have 15 minutes in total. The time is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. Hello, everyone, and good morning from Copenhagen, and welcome to the shared presentation between HE5 from Denmark and PDW from Indonesia. So I'd like to give a brief introduction of our collaboration and what we're doing in Indonesia. Originally, we started in 2010 as a B2B program with support from the Danish government and the Royal Danish Embassy here in Jakarta. The goal was knowledge sharing between the two companies and cultures, and also the hope for a self-sustainable partnership moving forward. So I think it was probably about 2011, we found a client that was intrigued and maybe a little skeptical in our partnership, Triesa Propertindo, and we started design on a building where AG5 focused on Danish design sensibilities and mainly sustainable design elements and 3D BIM design, where PDW concentrated on all the necessary local elements like space requirements and design and building regulations, design, documentation, clearly the bulk of the hours required to build such a building. We found a concept that supported environmental sustainability by building in elements such as overhangs and fins that shaded the building facades. We employed double glazing, which I believe was one of the first times it was used on a high-rise in Jakarta, also helping to reduce energy needs, both of these elements. But at least as important, we concentrated also on social sustainability. We found a way to maintain the existing shortcut that existed through our site. We designed around the shortcut, keeping it open, created it open for local residents and people who worked in the area by creating an open plaza with outdoor commercial space, which benefits the city as a whole, the building itself, the building's users, and the local community. It's a very active part of the building and actually quite successful. Can we go to the next slide, please? So the result of this was the Grand Rubina office tower, which won the International Property Award in 2014. As I understand, it runs with an occupancy rate of over 90%, which of course translates into economic sustainability, which is of course very important for the building owner. So next slide, please. So what do Danish architects bring to the table in Indonesia? Well, it's basically we design for people and users. It sounds like an obvious statement, but what we mean is that we put the user in focus while at the same time maintaining our clients' interests. We seek innovative technical solutions where possible. We certainly employ sustainable design solutions, and we create functional architecture. Next slide, please. So is there added value for Danish design principles within the Indonesian context? And of course, we'd like to say yes. And I have a few things up on the slide here, but I'll just sum up by saying that particularly with our particular collaboration, there's a fantastic synergy that helps us take advantage of each company's expertise. So from the Scandinavian side, and in Denmark in particular, we tend to be first movers on solving issues around the built environment, not necessarily with the most expensive materials or technology, but with smart, innovative solutions based on understanding the task at hand. And also in our case, we believe there's a huge benefit for clients to have two perspectives from Scandinavia, from Indonesia, which these perspectives become actually more focused as the project goes on and sharpen the process and the ultimate building design. Of course, there can be economic challenges to this type of collaboration, but with a clear scope of works and project management from the local partner, these challenges can be and have been easily accommodated. So we can work together in an economically feasible way. Next slide, please. Oh, sorry, I have one behind. One more, please. No, sorry, that's it. Sorry. So part of our original goal was to continue collaboration without support, and we have done so. And at the moment, we have a project ongoing. So PDW and AG5 have been charged with the development of a standard rail station design, as well as branding and wayfinding that will unite all the multiple transportation stakeholders in Jakarta for the newly created MITJ. As far as the architecture goes, I wish I could show some pictures now, but it's ongoing, so I can't. We believe we can solve the client's goals of creating an iconic station type that is immediately recognizable within the city landscape. So we've created a simple, very recognizable form that can be used as a template today, tomorrow, or even 10 years from now, and it will still be identified as part of the MITJ network. So we will be designing 3 stations, and the remaining 85 stations will come at some later date. As far as the branding and wayfinding go, which is at least as important, maybe if not more important for users of public transportation, we've been working very closely with this team, trying to integrate it with the architecture. They propose the best way to solve the client's goals of increasing public transportation ridership is by putting the user in focus. So that means creating an ease of use, which will result in better efficiency and higher ridership, creating a likable symbol that will help promote visibility and actually make it cool to use public transportation, which will benefit the whole city, of course. So lastly, similar to Grand Robina, we propose to open the station's unpaid area to the local communities or to the public. And this could be in the form of praying rooms, public toilets, commercial shops, waiting, play areas for children, this type of thing. It could be a real win-win for both the local community and for the station itself and for the public transportation. So that's what we're working on now, and that's what I had to say. I'll let Pak Tiok take over from here and get into some more details for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. I'll continue with the project that we did and we are doing at the moment. Brian has already told you about Grand Rubina. It's a 22-story building. It's here in Mega Kuningan. So both project, one is already completed, and you can see and visit how we give value to the project. First, we make use of what the site gave us as a contour. It's a level difference, and how you can integrate building infrastructure into the site, the landscaping, and encourage people to walk instead of using motorized transport. And we did a few sketch, and we also see what the site or the city has given us, the how you encourage movement. It's a site that will have at least 3 towers in the future. So this is the first phase of the project. And how you create a public space that inside the private space, so semi-public space, public that can use. That's the principle that's been used in our collaboration. And how easy the accessibility and linkage and orientation of the building itself to minimize the impact of the development. Here you can see the whole 3 buildings that we planned, and we did the first tower in the front. And this is the site plan. As you can see that there's almost no cars, almost no motorized vehicle on the site. We encourage pedestrian from the right-hand side. You can see that the car only dropping off and disappear into the building, to the parking space. And we encourage people to walk to a future LRT station or existing Transjakarta line that goes through this site. This is what we have planned, including the open lobby that using you can say it's marble, but it's a cut marble that will be using almost like a waste marble, actually, to make a good design. These are the details that we work on with in collaboration with AG5, and that's the building in behind the MMC hospital. It's almost tucked in between these 2 large development, and it's not on the main street of Kuningan, but inside the Kuningan epicentrum area.
Tio, 3 menit lagi.
Yes, and you can see, well, I'll just move to the next project. This is how we encourage to how people can feel that they are included in this private development. The second, and we won several awards, including Green Ship Platinum for this building. The second one, that the project that we are working on, it's a guideline and facilities. So the government have for the MITJ is an integrator for public transport, appointed by Minister of Transportation and also Minister of State-owned Enterprise with Government of Jakarta through MRT. So as you know that now MRT and all transit-oriented development has to be connected. So what we did, and not only planning and guidelines and creating a station, but also rebranding, synchronizing what all public transportation. We analyze all Jakarta, all the public transport that are already in place or planned. And the goal is to have a revitalization through linkage facilities, not only the train, and also visual connectivity through the place. The first component, the linkage, accessibility, how, as you know, if you're using public transport in Jakarta at the moment, there's no such thing as, you cannot easily get to the bus terminal or train station without getting hit by car, for example. We are using public space available, also connectivity and linkage. And the second one is facilities, not only the train itself, but more into the public facilities surrounding the station that we do the guidelines. And then the third one, we create a place and character of the place. So we have TOD. TOD is transit-oriented development. We classified them to three: downtown, sub-downtown, and a neighborhood. So where people commute. So it's try to integrate not only Jakarta municipality area, but also the Greater Jakarta metropolitan area that creates a new Jakarta identity, new identity for Jakarta. With these four criteria, we try to get a simple geometry and with limited material and color that all ties up with what locally material available. And then extending the urban space. That's what we have to do about claiming the public space from motorized vehicle. And then how we design with a climate conscious in mind, that we need to know that we are not designing in a subtropical country in Europe, but in Indonesia, in Jakarta, that has a lot of rainfall and a lot of, it's very hot and humid. This is actually the sketches that Jakarta skyline is already quite dense, quite busy. It's mixed architecture. It's very chaotic. What we do is try to get a linkage, the blue line that you saw on the screen. And then what we are proposing is a box, a simple geometry that will be timeless and unique. And it will be going to be an identity for the station, for the the station itself. So from conventional design that is already there at the moment, we try to have a monolithic design with the simple material, perforated metal and glass, and with providing inner courtyard and garden for the public space, including the linkages and bridges, and a passive, we call it passive energy, without any air conditioning, but still comfortable, and introducing plaza. No matter how big or how small, there's still plaza and public area. And then creating a simple form and structure. In the left is a conventional way that they are doing now, and at the right sketch that the project that they are working on, creating a cube, a frame cube that can accommodate the station. And that's actually
the time is up.
Yeah. Okay, just go through the slide that you can see how we are envisioning, and then some of the our concept has been implemented. If you see, Terowongan Jalan Kendal has been close to motorized vehicle to open up more for pedestrian. Thank you very much for the time.
Thank you, Mr. Brian and Patio. From them, we can learn actually that Indonesia has best practice on a green building and public transportation area design that taken into account the environment and social aspect. This is also evidence that collaboration between developing and developed country is possible. We may elaborate more on these practices, the relevance to circular economy in later in discussion session. Okay, the last panelist, we have Bapak Nirarta Samadi. You are ready?
Yep, thank you.
Okay, you have 15 minutes, Pak. The time is yours.
Thank you. So let me start with the background of the theme of around moving towards smart and sustainable cities through circular economy and how to build resilience during COVID-19 recovery. Next slide, please. Thanks. So over 90% of the raw materials used globally are not cycled back into the economy. So it is resulting in massive overexploitation of the finite natural resources of our planet. 90% of diversity loss, and responsible for approximately 50% burdening our climate change. So resource extraction and consumption is expected to double by 2060, driven by global population and GDP growth. So the need to move away from the traditional linear economy model of production and consumption, take, make, and dispose, to circular solution, make, reuse, and recycle, is the principle there. So circularity has great potential to overcome global sustainability challenges in our world, reducing the use of raw material and keeping the materials in the loop as long as it is feasible. Pak Ujang from KLHK presented this notion earlier on. So what a fully circular economy would look like? It would cut down our resources use by 28% and reduce carbon emission by 72%. And also decoupling of the economic growth from resource use and negative environmental impact. And also offer sustainable alternative and become a new normal. So on cities, studies observe that cities are growth engines and in need of supervision and control. They are the major contributors to climate change and responsible for up to 76% of carbon emissions. However, on the solution side, cities are also magnets for creative potential and those facilitators of social transformation towards more sustainability in public as well as the private sector, as our colleagues from PDW and 85 just demonstrated. Cities are among the most important actors which can positively influence development if they turn circular. That said, there are challenges that need to be addressed to enable cities to pursue circularity. These include the need for technical innovation, creating new or redesigning existing infrastructure, understanding and tapping the potential for new business models, managing the shift to more sustainable and fair procurement, as well as developing approaches to motivate citizens to adopt sustainable lifestyles. When looking at the how to achieve progress, it becomes clear that common collaborative action between different stakeholder groups within cities, such as citizens, private initiatives, entrepreneurs, NGOs, policymakers, academia, is indeed a need. So the following slides that I'm going to present will touch bits and pieces in regard to three principles of circular economy. One is to design out the waste and pollution, keeping the products and material in use, and regenerate natural system. Next slide, please. So cities are having important role in supporting the national government in dealing with three main challenges: the pandemic, in this case, post-COVID recovery, climate change, transitioning fast, accelerated to low carbon development, and the long-term development, which is taking into account the net zero emission pathway while maintaining a good economic development. Cities' importance, in this case, reflected in the fact that 55% of Indonesians live in cities that contribute almost 60% of Indonesian GDP. So the challenges in Indonesian cities, I can quote here four at least. First, the cities are center of economic development and experiencing fast urbanization, however, not fully providing social economic benefit. Second, having various challenges in basic needs provision and affordable housing. Having issues such as traffic congestion, air pollution, flood, which is exacerbated by the land subsidence, and also climate change effect. Cities expansion has converted significantly agricultural lands in important ecosystems such as mangrove. So it is found by a study done by one of our initiative, Coalition of Urban Transition, that the mitigation is actually lies in the middle and small cities. So it's not as much on a big cities. More than 2/3 urban dwellers are living in cities with less than 300,000 people. Most of the emission reduction potential I think around 76%, according to the report, is in the city of less than 1 million population. 7% in Jakarta, but 17% in cities of 1 to 5 million population. So the rest would be in small and medium cities. Hence, it needs to be supported by the national government. But Edison already mentioned about the needs to have a spatial planning. Next, please. So there are many opportunities to leverage existing initiatives to accelerate urban decarbonization and resilience building. Next slide, please. Jakarta has already joined the city's race to zero, pledging to reach net zero carbon emission by mid-century or sooner, with annual reporting on progress. So with strong national support and encouragement, several more Indonesian cities could join, making compact, connected, clean, and resilient cities a key part of Indonesia updated nationally determined contribution, or NDC, under the Paris Agreement. So I would like to highlight, I think the slide is a bit too fast, but not on my left.
Halo? Pak Koni? Pak Koni, apakah terdengar?
Yeah, sorry, I was unmuted. Sorry. Yeah. So
Silakan,
let me
Pak.
try. So within Indonesia midterm planning document, through a long process, Indonesia has successfully incorporated low carbon development as one of national priority agenda, along with two other priority programs, which is environment quality and climate resilience. Among the strategies in the LCDI is waste management and circular economy. Circular economy processes will assist the reduction of carbon emission by avoiding emission which previously emitted through a linear process. Next slide, please. So circular economy in general require a good understanding about sustainable development and climate crisis, which in turn prompting individual climate actions. At WRI, we observe that individual citizens experience a gap in knowledge and easily accessible way to conduct climate action as a response to daily lifestyle decisions. The challenge is on how to make emissions personal to human lives. So here we advocate for lots of potential for climate financing to sequester emission. So the MEC
recording in progress.
The purpose is to learn what is emission and its sources. Learn how to calculate individual emissions per day and act directly to reduce and sequester emission. Hence, restore forests following the city's spatial plans and also help emission and tree science in Indonesia. Next, the food waste is also one of the most urgent issues in the circular economy. So food loss occurred during the production, handling and storage, processing and packaging, while food waste, which was originally produced for human consumption, but then was discarded or was not consumed by humans, occurred during distribution on end market and also consumption. There are five.
The time is 5 minutes left.
Okay, thank you. So let me go to the next slide, which is on National Plastic Action Partnership. We have an issue on plastic debris in the ocean. So 5 key system changes which can together reduce plastic pollution and waste in Indonesia is involving a circular economy. So reduce or substitute plastic, redesign plastic products and packaging for reuse or high value recycling, double plastic waste collection, double current recycling capacity, and also build or expand safe waste disposal. So then I would like to share some from many practices and research around the world that perhaps could shed light on things that are evolving around the space. Next slide, please. So the environmental benefits of circular economy approach in 5 sectors in 2030 will reduce waste in each sector by 18 to 52%, reduce CO2 emissions by 126 million tons, and the use of water by 6 to 3 billion cubic meters. Next one, please. So circular economy is indeed a very powerful initiative. In larger cities, in Colombia, for example, the landfill sites are reaching the point where they can no longer cope with the huge volume of waste. Hence, urban planning-wise, there has to be a solution other than expanding the sites spatially. So, circular economy approach is the strategic answer for Colombia to deal with the urban issues. Next one. This is just to show you one other example of how circular economy are being put in effect on cities development. Next one, I like to go to the the key takeaways that we somehow bring along with this presentation. But I will not read that along. You can all observe that, and you can revisit that during the discussion. Over to you, Ibu Maria. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Pak Koni. From Bapak Koni, we learned that from study, it showed that 90% of raw material globally is not recycled well. That make the 90% biodiversity loss and burdening climate change. And also study showed that circular economy have actually a powerful initiative that we need to support. Okay, so we are now come into the question and answer session. All these speaker already have a question. Let me read. So, Pak Uso, you have a question from Gamanda Latif from Tim Olimpiade Geography Indonesia, asking about e-waste in Indonesia. Do you have any strategy or policy on that? And also from Salma from University of Pajajaran, also asking about the waste management Indonesia. Is there any a plan to have a more integrated and synergized planning? Pak Uso, you may answer it now.
Okay. Terima kasih. Thank you, Bu Maria. Thanks to Gamanda. This has two questions for me, addressed to me. The first one is about electronic waste. Yeah, actually, the data is already mentioned before. Indonesia has a lot of electronic waste throw away, actually, discard away, and this is the electronic waste is part of the hazardous waste actually. So because it's contain hazardous material on it. So this is, yeah, it's also a big challenge for us. So many electronic waste is thrown away. However, actually, the e-waste actually has the very high value because most of part of this electronic waste is made from precious thing, precious metal like gold, silver, and also rare earth material. So I think the policy should be government should be make a policy to recycle more of e-waste because this contain very high value material. Like in Korea, you see, in Korea, South Korea, there's a new business. It started maybe 5 years ago. It's called the city mining. What is called city mining? Because they actually collect and recycle the e-waste from post-consumer e-waste, and then they recovery precious material like gold, silver, and etc. etc. So we call it city mining actually. And of course, in Indonesia context, actually, Indonesia has already have been implementing a circular economy when we are talking about electronics with what we call a second-hand market. So you can contribute on this, Ibu or Bapak Gamanda, I don't know, by if you have a broken electronic, just keep it or sell it to the second-hand market, and it will continue the life. I do believe this will continue to live. So please, everybody here join in this meeting. If you have a broken electronic waste, don't throw away. Just give it to one that need it, or just sell it to the second market. This is circular economy practicing actually. And maybe the third one is for the next couple of years, government will also introduce the policy. The strategy is same with another ways. Make the electronic appliance is durable, so it can be used for a long time. So do not make any electronic appliance with a short lifetime. So it's better to make it more durable. I think it will reduce our electronic waste. And the second question is about waste segregation. Yes, of course, this is our biggest challenge in Indonesia. We are still mix our waste. Many of our waste is still mixed. So the biggest challenge that the government want to deal with this issue is we encourage all people, all community, ourselves to separate our waste. Because if we talk about circular economy, the key point, the key starting point is we have to separate or segregate our waste. The circular economy cannot run properly or cannot run smoothly without waste separation. So this is our actually not government challenges, but it's our challenge to push, to encourage people to do separation waste at home at the beginning. So hopefully we government now have a program, call it Gerakan Memilah Sampah or Movement for Waste Separation. So now start last year, government will encourage people, community to do waste separation. And at the same time, government also urges the local government who deal with the solid waste management implementation at in the ground to also make like waste handling with the separation at first. For example, make transportation of waste is also should be separated. Collection as waste also should be separated, and etc. etc. So if community already separate the waste, it can continue with the local government to also separate the waste and go to the designated treatment treatment facility. This waste is for composting, this waste is for recycling, this is for energy recovery, and so on. So hope it can answer this question. And the second question from Talida Sama, thank you Talida, from Pajajaran University. Yes, we had national policy, policy and strategy of solid waste management. If you observe this regulation, it's regulated by Peraturan Presiden Nomor 97 Tahun 2017. Actually, this is the roadmap of solid waste management in Indonesia. There's a policy, there's strategy, there's action plan, and who is the responsible entities is already on this Peraturan Presiden. So please observe this Peraturan Presiden so you can learn about your hopefully can answer your question. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Uso. So I have now question from Pak Edison. Pak Edison, ada pertanyaan dari Kelvin Juan. Pertanyaannya adalah apakah peran Kementerian Dalam Negeri dalam mendorong berjalannya atau tercapainya kota smart city dan green city, Pak? Apakah challenge dan solusinya? Silakan. Dan mungkin saya bacakan dulu pertanyaan untuk peserta lain ya, Pak, sebentar. So I will read other question for other panelists. So we have a question for Mr. Brian and Patio from Maria Johannes from Surya University about how optimistic you are that Indonesia can have an open space without any vehicle. And also from Bapak Joni Pangestu asking about how you measure the reduction of waste in building and space design. And the third question from Suryani asking about the GBCI experience working with a local government. What's the most important aspect and precondition in implementing green building and circular economy? And for Pak Nirarta, we have a question from Kelvin Juan also asking about should Indonesia which one Indonesia should prioritize? Is it circular economy, research, business, or policy? Yeah, that's the question. So Pak Edison, silakan Pak.
Saya boleh menjawab
ya,
yang
silakan Bapak.
kata saya ya,
ya,
Ibu Maria.
Bapak menjawab pertanyaan untuk Bapak. Silakan Pak.
Terima kasih. Jadi kita itu sudah menerapkan instrumen lingkungan hidup yang namanya KLAS sebenarnya. Kajian lingkungan hidup strategis atau Strategic Environmental Assessment ya. Sudah lama. Dan itu dilakukan terhadap rencana pembangunan jangka menengah daerah. Di mana KLAS itu, kajian itu harus mempertimbangkan paling tidak hal yang terkait daya dukung dan daya tampung lingkungan. Kemudian pencapaian SDGs, indikator-indikator SDGs yang sampai ratusan itu. Lalu hal-hal yang menjadi isu-isu misalnya perubahan iklim dan lain-lain. Nah, saya pikir inisiatif sirkular ekonomi ini harusnya juga menjadi menjadi faktor yang menentukan di dalam
ya Pak. Pak Edison freeze. Pak Edison. Halo Bapak. Apakah hilang Pak Edison? Panitia hilang? Oke, mungkin we go to Mr. Brian and Patio then.
You can start, Brian. Hello, Brian.
Yes, should I start?
Yeah.
Yes, please.
Yes. Okay, regarding the question on how optimistic I am for open public spaces in Jakarta, it certainly is a challenge. I can see the limited number of times I've been over there, but there is certainly could be a need for that, for some open spaces. I think that I think we have to look at it in different levels, and we can look at it in using first Gran Rubina as an example, where it's actually on a private building site where we started to introduce open public space, which is being used by the public and is very successful. We're also trying to integrate that type of thing into the MITJ project, trying to and just getting the open space wherever we can find it, and that's kind of at a private level. So a building site, we can integrate that type of space into the into a building project or an architectural project, and it's clearly a focus from our side, because in the end it does benefit the city very much to have these spaces, we believe. But I think it comes down to it really is also a political at a political level that it's decisions that have to be made, maybe at a government level, and I think that once that it's understood that these types of spaces are sustainable for the social sustainability part of it, that's a given, but also can be economically sustainable because they can be integrated together with commercial and other types of areas that can help sustain themselves. So I think there is a possibility there, and we can use Copenhagen as an example. We may have started with some more open spaces than Jakarta has now, but 30 years ago, it was very limited here as well. There was a clear kind of mandate from the people and later from the government to create more of these types of spaces. And it's an ongoing process, and it's happening in bits and pieces. There's some areas that are just walking shopping streets. There's a new train station that's actually closed down 2 major roads through the city to make a public square that's only pedestrian. And 10 years ago, you wouldn't have thought that was possible, but there are solutions, and it is possible. So of course, I'm optimistic. Tiak, do you have anything to add to that?
Yeah, already also written in on text. Further to that we can be optimistic if there's the facilities, and also need the transformation on the civil society. I wrote also another answer that if the civil society, the public at large, demanding the good public space, and with the law enforcement, that can happen. Should I also answer other questions about circular economy and green?
Yes, please.
Bu Maya. Yeah. we've been doing this apart from we work with AG5 from Danish company. We then eventually learn from the best situation. One of the Copenhagen is one of the most livable city. But since the question about how to measure the reduction of waste and tangible and intangible, we currently doesn't have the tools or doesn't use the tool apart from what we use from Greenship. And we encourage, like we shown on the later project, MITJ is Moda Integrasi Transportasi Jakarta. So it's an integration transportation mode of Jakarta. By Jakarta doesn't only limited to the municipality area, but also Greater Jakarta, which there are 30 million people population. What we're doing is try to impose on the material that is simple, doesn't have waste as much as possible, using prefabricated material and local material. And further on the operation, we also provide the facilities for the recycling for the users. And to answer the last question about the next question about how working with the government, collaborative effort. We've been working with the government, with the local government. It's not easy. Keep rotating, keep changing the person, so we have to do it all again and again. But there's several other NGO, other organizations that also have the same goal. There is Green Generation Foundation, this Waste for Change, and then other NGO interest in energy, in water, things like that, that encourage the civil society to do better as a society. Hopefully it's answer the questions.
Thank you.
Bu Maya.
Thank you, Pak Tio. Oke, Pak Nirarta.
Sure. Actually, I did reply through the chat, but I'm happy to share it here. So the question coming from Kelvin Juan Kelvin. My response, it has to be those three aspects in parallel or all together. As those three aspects are well interplayed, and one meaning that one would be the input for other, and the other would circle back as input for the other aspects. So on the second question, of course, we are in a situation whereby less than 10 years only left for us to be able to do a major things in regard to emission reduction, addressing the climate crisis. But Indonesia alone, of course, cannot do it because this is a global issue. But Indonesia need to do its part in a more ambitious way, as being shown by the Low Carbon Development Initiative proposed by Propnas that I mentioned earlier on in my presentation. Thank you. Over to you, Bu Maria.
Thank you. Sorry. Okay, thank you for panelists for the brilliant answer, and for participants. We hope that these answers satisfies your curiosities. Please give big applause to the panelists, or you may put the icon. Okay, thank you, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. From this session, we can conclude that circular economy is a significant approach to recover from COVID pandemic, climate change, and also as well as a long-term development. The policy, the strategy, regulation, and also examples are here, but the challenge is also huge. So All stakeholders are invited to contribute to make it true. It's also including all of the participants here. Kindly remember that we all have a common but differentiate responsibilities. So thank you panelists and participants for attending this session, and look forward to other incredible session at Indonesia Circular Economic Forum. I'm Maria Nurani. Thank you and have a good day, everyone. I would like to hand over the session to Ms. Amelia Yahya.
Thank you very much, Maria, for excellently moderating the session, and to all of our speakers for sharing their input on urban spatial planning and good governance. And just as Maria has emphasized that through the second plenary session, we have indeed all learned to map the urban metabolism system with urban spatial planning to identify city potentials as well as opportunities. And just now, through the presentations from our speakers, we also had a glimpse of the dire urban issues Indonesia is currently facing, as well as the international collaboration and partnerships it could benefit. And together in implementing circular economy, we could together reflect on local policies and decisions to implement better governance. And so from our first plenary session on circular economic action plans and the second one on urban spatial planning and good governance, I'm sure that everyone has gained incredible insights from all of our speakers. And once again, thank you so much, everyone, to all of our speakers and moderators. And so for now, we have come to our lunch break, but the day is still young. We also have invited you to enjoy our thematic sessions, specially curated for our participants. Our thematic sessions is based on the strategic focus areas on circular economy implementation and further developed to meet circular economy needs in Indonesia. And later, there'll be a total of 9 thematic sessions in the 4th ICEF, and all of them are co-hosted by ICEF partners. And today, during day 1, our topics are circular city and ecotourism in Indonesia, multi-stakeholder partnership in circular economy, as well as the future of sustainable fashion in circular economy. To join, very easy. You simply have to log into annualforum.indonesiacef.id and click thematic session. And for those of you that have already clicked, please choose the topic that you would like to watch on this page. You can also watch a thematic session that is available, but only on the current day. Or you could simply just click and enter Zoom meeting to get more experience by filling your informations. Would also like to once again kindly remind you to please review our press release at the link provided. It's a http://pressreleaseicef4. We have presented and written to you the press release link on the chat column right at the button just below your screen. So you could just click away the press release. Thank you. And on this occasion, would also like to proudly say that the 4th ICEF is successfully held because of the endless support from our strategic partners. For the Ministry of National Development Planning, the EU-German co-finance project, Rethinking Plastic Circular Economy Solutions to Marine Litter, as well as IPRO Praise, the Embassy of Denmark in Indonesia, Ways for Change, IATL-ITB or ITB, Blue Economy Foundation, and Most Valued Business Indonesia, as well as Indonesia Global Compact Network and PT Napindo. We thank all of you for your great help and contribution. And we would also we're also supported by our project partners, namely the Ministry of Law and Human Rights of the Republic of Indonesia, Frederick Newman Foundation for Freedom Indonesia, the Hungarian Embassy in Indonesia, Danone Indonesia, and UMBRA law firm, Lenzing and UNDP Indonesia, as well as partnering for Green Growth and the Global Goals 2030, Refill Cycle, Eco XYZM Venture Builder, Indonesia Chamber of Commerce and Industry Orkadin, ITB Alumni Association, Climate Institute, and Landscape Indonesia, and also Smart Indonesia Initiative Association, Indo-Waste, and Indonesian NPAP. The 4th ICEF is also part of the 2021 World Circular Circular Economy Forum series of events. And lastly, we would also like to sincerely thank our media partners, Aksi Kita Indonesia by BBC Media Action, jabarnews.com, Katadata, and greeners.co for supporting the 4th ICEF. Ladies and gentlemen, everyone, on behalf of our organizers, I'd like to once again extend our profound gratitude and sincere thanks to all of our sponsors and every single one of you, all of our audience, for your participation and for your attendance here today. Without your support, this forum would not be possible. So everyone, have a wonderful rest of the day and please enjoy our thematic sessions. Thank you very much.
Recording in progress.